是好，
好，没问题。OK， 我 log out， 等一下。OK， 把它 clear 那个 content。好，你哪便当了？这个水分量，这个。哎，你哪便当回来？慢慢用。没有了，这里，很久。好，放上去。可以了，还不错，可以了，看到了，你对出来，看就好了。下午我只讲一句话，就是跳。我们要这样子跟相同，哦，这个要打成。号称是不知道他的那个状况怎么样。好，这是那个，我觉得他就是太那个，太 articulate， 就是因为我觉得他会得那个忧郁症，不是这个原因。你看他那个 email， 看那个什么1分钟10秒要讲什么，2分钟要讲什么，看我都跟我老婆看，我都会不会得忧郁症？你神经病！讲那么细，就讲的要很仔细，然后要很准。我不搞死，就是我跟你讲，现在世界有一阵现在搞死，就是跟搞死不起。对啊，我强烈怀疑很多人都有忧郁症啊，他只能救了。世界上面充满忧郁症啊。 好的好的，没事，试试。好。我是下午第一个是吧？
对，
我是下午第一个是吧？
我现在马上 check 一下哦。
check 一下，因为我现在
马上。
哎，蛮好的，应该是这个刘国强。哎，对，那我就把这个拿过来试一下。
好，当然啊。
老师要2点的那个吗？
我这拿过来，好。
是的，你想最近
啊，好玩嘞。啊，错。
对啊，
试试看这个。
我就是参加过警报的，那好酷哦。
这哪什么？对。
That will be the next one.
然后这个电怎么插？
电的话，
手的方式，这个是插在你这个上面。哎，电应该是够的，就这样子。这样子。
啊，你是有可能。
我一过。
No.
然后就看一下这个。
After we can.
I want to check， 然后看一下我这个东西，写的，然后接上去。我把这个擦掉。After丢还行。
OK。
对，然后这个地方出来一点。啊，出来。
这个还没有，它没有一个插进去。
这个我
啊，可以了。谢谢。版本高，刚刚版本高可能。哦，可以啊。
我没有这个插进去。
接来一台。
哦，不行是吧？对。那你在这段你这上面可以用这个是吧？
可以。
哦，那好嘞。好。
那个我说是有。
这是2号。
这是2号吗？
啊，你再把它。
对，这上面。
好，这个是。有按了吧？
准备很多放。
对，一定要把备案中的备案。
这个。
也是。
切换输出键。
应该出来，应该不行啊，很行啊。
用是吧？没有用我，没用是那没有，可能我可能这样，用这个这个测到你们这上面去，再把它传上去，这个是讲报告用的，对吧？报告用的，然后我再给个带了一个，让他把，然后再改，这个也是，台湾大学的。
谢谢。
然后把这个把这个，
对，这个是
它一直是修正，然后这个你试试看，有台大的是吧？
好，先忙。
先看那个，
执行方
对方
可以吧？台大，
对，那我把它点开。
哎，点开。
平常注意吧。
这边，然后你黑屏嘛，待会儿再他们再介绍他就，你可以 switch 嘛。
对，可以 switch。
那就你再帮我弄一下。
好，没有啊。
然后我这翻译看看。
先
试翻译先看看。这不行嘛？啊，我特别买个新的来 ，OK。哎，
我问一下，这边是有切到啊？
哦，会不会？
它有点跑
偏了吧？
对。
啊，正好没跑偏，没跑偏。那我这个字码打出来了嘛？
有，
这个字码出来就没跑偏，对吧？没跑偏。哇，我这个想法好啊。应该是里边也是个猫，但是在药物里边要老虎才有用。
对。
因为首先嘛，你要有一个老虎，猫不要大的。
对。
这个越大越好嘛，离子越高越好，那小才能条件越高越好。那行了，那全部好了，没事，好的。然后你们把它切换到这个就行了，好，对吧？到时候你放过去就行。然后我用这个，好，这个死盘，这个盘是我的，到时候给我就行了。啊，到时候你把我消掉就行了，好吧？
他电脑关掉之后全部消掉。
全部消掉啊！那我把这个拔了，
可以。
拔线可以拔了吗？可以。上面可以退出。哎，你们专家了，好。好，
是专家了。
哎呀，老师也专家啊！哎呦，你们，我这压力都很大。我们念书的时候都没电脑了。
没事，
压力大你找我，到上海来帮你忙，这没问题。
今天众星云集啊！
你们这来的话是我高兴了，我跟你们陪你们去玩，我叫我的学生陪你们玩。哎，我们以前给你们有来往的，学生同学生来往，怎么现在断掉了？哎，以前我们有好几次学生同学生来往，你们到我们这里，我们
对啊，应该要多加油。
很好玩。那行了啊，我没事了啊。
哎，好了。
你电话多大？就可以移出来就好。
我这把，对。那行了，
谢谢老师，
谢谢你。
不要就几个不过他组织刚刚又没有其他为啥呢？情况人是。
这个从你这边启发的，就是我讲那个 One Six， 我回去翻。我有泄气，没有这么多。行，我都是去嘛，他只是说。然后有时候我都是比较那些版。跟我们自己讲
啊，这可以破就多快呀！啊，是。
Sì, ma poco da mentire, che ho più 还有你假期，请假放假，而且还有局别。还有great.
So now I'm reading. Yes.
你是水溶性的，你那个遮住也是看到。
Okay.
是不是缺到？
确实有一点点吧。
味道拉出来之后，
对啊，
我拌着
对呀，也是可以是，不管。
你是说像吃嘛？
So maybe then I need because if I
不是，因为它上面没有码的。
对啊，
没有那么的。
yes yes
没有，反正你没去，我们注意力在那边。说到朱姐，谢俊杰，已经当了主要了。他说，你突然间觉得说，有点类似。没有，我没排啊，我叫醒控。
we cannot read here. Yes. So I will put in this book. Okay. So we can place it because I'm second.
扣几个零起来。 我跟他好好讲究。
开一点点。
请坐。
我管他的。
这片 projector here is better 哈。
Yes.
Yes.
So you mean not
But with various living
那等下他有哦，那个第一个也是这样的。那我们现在放在中间的时候。
Of course, because he has more than me.
Yes.
But I hope I have check. What's my idea?
Younger version.
他们自己的。
Have you seen the BYU?
I imagine it. So very
第三位，
什么时候到了？哦，对，他正好不在，我看到你的名字，对，还有一个，Next speaker.我但是还没有，但是真的，但是电视都在北京讨论，大概是你们这些现实80岁以下的电视的都在北京的。First time,对，今天晚上没有水，对不对？ So tomorrow, actually, I will take it up. Well, I have a constant collaborating with UCLA. My son is getting the age, sometimes we do about the summer. So last time we go to UCLA for 2 weeks, the memory is on my son. When my wife wants. Yeah, but I actually dedicated
Audio here.
I hear, you're here, yeah, right. Sorry, yours is in 2 months. Yours is in 3 months, 4 months? 5 months? Okay.
Maybe a birthday, right?
Yeah. We have too many symposiums.
Yeah. How are you?
Do you still remember me?
I remember.
Where is the when I was in Chinese, he interviewed me.
头上直播可以吗？
It wasn't yet.
They got another memory. They got you other.
Wow. Somebody making a community university.
They are still doing more than the professor is more than students.
I'm pretty sure there are more faculty than university.
头上。
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here I report to duty. I don't say anything anymore. Yeah, it's an emotional ordeal for you guys. Put it through an emotional ordeal.
He's modifying the slide.
Oh, he's modifying slides? I'm thinking he's crying. I'm so impressed. So yeah, you cannot start without it. Huh?
可以晚点开始。
要等，
讲个笑话，他不在没笑到。
当然要等。
To wait for a little bit.
No. UI is doing the makeups.
Of his slides, okay.
Not himself, for his slides. You know, that's a problem. Whenever you say something bad, he's always on your back. Really? Okay, so welcome back. So the afternoon section will start with the chairperson. Yeah, okay. So the first afternoon section, you know, Professor Lu has been pioneering many things in Taiwan, including introducing Indian postdoc. So this afternoon section will be Professor Dr. Jitendra Satigari. We overlap, and he was the first Indian postdoc in the Lu group. So he's our first time the Lu Mafia expand his territory all the way to South Asia. So please welcome.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to come here and express my feeling towards Professor Lu at this time. It's just like yesterday. It was in August of 1995 when I landed here. I can't forget those days. I mean, I think the way you mentored us, the way you took care of us, I think is what actually made me to come here all the way just for this meeting. That says probably everything, how I feel about you, how much I respect what you have done for us. I think one of the probably incidents I want to recount to all of you, which not many of you might be, not many, nobody probably knows. 1 week after I had joined, after I had settled, Professor Lu called me to his Zoom and started discussing the project. And he said, Satigari, I am now changing my field of research. I am getting into polymers, applied polymers. I said, okay. And then he didn't stop. He went on to say, however, the catch is, even I am new to this field and I do not know what all I have to do. And both of us are going to learn this together. And Professor Lu, I think we did learn together very well. We did very good progress. And I was very happy to see that on the brochure, some of the molecules, non-bonding polymers that I was working on, that is occupying the full space. Thank you. I think you gave a lot of confidence and you believed in me. You gave me the full independence to do work on the projects that you gave me. And that same thing I have inculcated in all my professional career. After that, I have tried to inculcate that same thing in all my junior colleagues, to be independent, to look at the problem solving, go to the basic of the problems, and then come up with the solutions. Thank you. I think that has taken me a long way. It's my great honor now to introduce the distinguished speaker for this session, Professor Kuo Chiang Lin from Shanghai Institute of Organic Chemistry. He finishes organic chemistry PhD from the same institute and is one of those few scientists, I would say in general, whom I have known, who have gone on to be the chairman of the same institute from there they completed their graduation. I think that must be a very great thing. After that, he has also been the director of the Chinese Natural Science Foundation. His main interests have been, as I see from his brief biodata, insect pheromones, enhantial selective synthesis, biocatalysis, and he's going to speak today on diene, metal, and ruthenium catalyzed enhantial selective reactions. He has been awarded with several prestigious awards. I'm not going to go into the list. I think everything is there in the biodata. I would, without taking much time, would like to invite Professor Lin and please share his experiences.
Thank you. Thank you very much for introduction about me. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor and also fortune to be invited to come to here. It's a great occasion to dedicate Professor Lu's 70th birthday. I have known tenure for many years. I forgot which date we met first. But anyway, in our clinical communication, there are two rules. You may know that. Professor Lu, tenure rule we call small rule. Unfair, right? Because it's on the 70th. Another rule in our institute we call the bigger rule. So now come to the age for Professor Lu to be retired. So I think it is unfair. But on the other words, he said life starts at the age of 70. So that's the beginning. So he's still young. Because the older Lu in our institute will be retired at the end of next year. So he's still young. Okay, so today I'd like to talk something about my recent work on dying, metal dying catalyzed reaction, and also some copper and rhodium catalyzed cyclization reaction. Happy birthday. So this is a Chinese word. Yes, so you have all over your students, and the success, especially very important. You have a very good students. Also, your style, we like it very much. Okay, my major is natural product. So what I'm interested in the structures and the total synthesis, and if we can find some way to synthesize the target molecule, especially some bioactive molecule, we're interested about that. So that's what I have. I said some words. We have a synthesize in my lab. For instance, there's a big molecule, very good excellent anti-tumor activity, but too big. Only I have a 2 milligram at the end, my student. So we cannot use, only we can use all the data to publish. And this one is, the structure is a quaternary carbon center. R can be methyl or hydromethoxy. And then you compare with that one, 冬虫夏草, that one. It's a very popular folk, how to say, it's not a medicine, but anyway, to keep you strong. So it's let's say it's a 100 times more active than the cyclosporin A. So this is the structure we call poison from the poison skin in the Amazon area. So the skin will be used for hunting because it's a poison. So we found some way to synthesize this kind of compound. Okay, recently I finished the compound we call the Huberzine A. This is isolated by the Chinese Academy of Science, Seneca Institute Materia Medica. They find this one is quite useful for ACE inhibitor or NMDA antagonist. In China, we use that one for treatment of the patient in early stage for Alzheimer's. But I don't know if it will be real work or not. But this one is very popular nowadays in China. So we should find some way, because the natural resources is limited. So we find some way to synthesize. So one of my assistants, starting from this material, so we just talk about how we amination reaction. So and then this part, the Hick reactions are particularly difficult. We took some long time to have this one. And then we got the key intermediate. Finally, we reach leucine A in 10 steps, and the total yield is about 17. Good, very good initial selective. So this is the way we can compare with other the results from other groups. And once we have this intermediate, we can very quick to finish the synthesis using A, U, B, and some others. Also, in the meantime, we find a rearrangement of this structure. So it may be useful later. So that's what I'm talking about, the natural product. But recently, I want to do something, for instance, dye-in, we found a new dye-in structure, and also the cyclization reactions. For instance, this because I very like this picture, because I'm interested in chirality. So chiral compound doesn't mean the cat same thing in the image, the mirror. So chiral compound should be tiger, very strong to use as a drug. So the more, the better. So high initial selectivity, high EEs, the better. That's our goal to want to reach to pursue it like this. Okay, so about the dye-in, already it's Hayashi and Korea already have a lot of work, pioneer work. But my concern is we want to find a way to easily prepare the dye-in, chiral dye-in, very simple way. It's simple to prepare and can just the substitution many way. So let me see next. Okay, so we synthesize this one and that one. So just put this R to here, to the 2 position to 3 position of the double bond, and this one particularly simple. I will talk later. So the way we prepare from the cycle of the dye-in, so one step oxidation reaction we can have to. So this step to prepare 2 enantiomers, we have a know-how because both of them very high yield and also the initial selective. So both of the isomer we can prepare, that's the point. And then here we can adjust this one, AR, and this is particularly I'm interest because this is some solubility in water. So we run the reaction, perform the reaction in water. Once we have the dye-in, so we do a very preliminary test to see if they have a ligand metal binding. So we find that it's true. So this olefinic hydrogen, you can see from 6.0 move to 5.3. So that means they bind each other. So it will be useful. And the X-ray structure told us very clearly that these 2 double bonds, they have the character between sp2 and sp3. That means the length, the bond length is longer, double bond. Also, the double bond they can crack, shrink, and catch the metal. So that's maybe we can use that one as a reaction ligand. So first we test is the imine compound. We do the annihilation reaction for this imine compound in presence of 5% or 3%. Now this time it's 3% ligand. We have a very good, in all examples, 20, we have very nice, 90, almost a very narrow, 98 to 99% initial success. So this is the first example. Here, the R is alkyl group. And then we want to more challenge, because if here is alkyl group, alkyl adenine is will be very difficult. The reason is there will be imine, the enamine, the population, and also easy to decompose under basic or acidic condition. Self-condensation also occurs sometimes. And meantime, the boronic acid will be debrominated. So we should find some way, and then we find a neutral condition. If we use this neutral condition, you can find all the compound we have prepared very, very good initial access. So this is the second case. So, and this kind of reaction can be tolerated to the other function. For instance, in presence of chlorine, you can find we can prepare 5-membrane pyridine, piperidine, and then we should use our binding to find if some reaction doesn't work well. We may have a chance to do that. And you can see we do the asymmetric addition to nitro alkene, but because in the literature highest already, but because the initial access is not so good, they say this alpha lack of the alpha substitution. But in our case, we just change a little bit here. We change to Nester. We find a very good yield, and this system seems to work well. And then we interest in this compound because, as I mentioned, it's a water. So once again, we have X-ray. The X-ray told us the bond length is extended from 130 to 139. And then also the two double bonds, they shrink from 22 to 32 to 34. Okay, that's the reaction we performed in water. If we see we use our previous ligand, the 3% yield catalyst, and yield for initial accessory, not satisfactory. But with 2, 3, and 4, you can see it's a very good. Only finish the reaction, complete 30 minutes, and in terms of yield and initial access, it's good. See, even we use the ligand 4 from 3% and 1%, 5.5% all works well. And then we should find if the ligand can be used for alkene reaction. So this time we need to use a more strong active vinyl, the boron compound. We call it potassium trifluorocarbonate, boronate. Very easy to prepare it. And then you can find very good yield also in all cases. We should find some usage of that. And look at this part, we find that this compound is rather suitable for us to prepare this bioactive ligand compound. It's a drug anyway, or this we call carnic acid. This is a bio tool for biochemists. They use it very much, very often. In our state, we only 7 states, 40% we can finish the synthesis. Next 1 to 2 addition also very well. And we thought another one. If we can find a more simple scaffold for preparation, will be better. And this is from dimer of cyclopentadiene. And excuse me, in the abstract is something wrong. Please forgive me. So in this case, we're starting from DCP several steps. Once again, we use in magnetic resolution, we can have a very good initial pair of them, and we can prepare the C1 symmetric dienes. I'd just like to show you the usage of that. You see, we use this one as a ligand, the one for conjugated addition of solvent, even in water. The temperature room T, 10 minutes it's finished. So it's a very good active yield, initial access, all satisfactory. This other tool recently we have performed, carry on. For instance, we can use our starting material, the same ligand, we can prepare the amino quaternary carbon with amino alcohol. Also, even the 4-membrane, the cyclobutane, the carboxylate, we can prepare high yield and also very good initial access. And we should find some more challenge. For instance, how about palladium? Because no one uses that for as a ligand with as a metal coordinate with diene. It is a little bit difficult, but first we want to see the X-ray. The X-ray told us, okay, the length here and is extended. The double bond extended from 131 to 137. So it may work. And also if the ligand and also we find that they can binding and the metal in good condition. Okay. We tried several times, doesn't work well, and then we found we should find a new usage. For instance, Suzuki Miyaura reactions, if we can succeed. And in this condition, you can see we find a ligand it should be changed. Before we use previously we used just a benzene group. Now we use dimethyl. It worked very well. You can see all the case examples. We have a good yield, and the reaction can perform the room temperature. So this is the work. We have a very satisfactory. But the point is there any differences if you use the ligand to palladium to catalyze the reaction with a traditional high phosphorus ligand? And the other question is why we should use dimethyl. So we do the further mechanistic insight. And first we see the in situ infrared. You can see there's a peak coming. We can see the aldehyde in infrared, and then you can see the first start and then disappear, and the product first, and then they have grow more and more. But we find a new peak come out and disappear. We don't know which one. What's the new peak? What kind of intermediate it was? So we have to do one more experiment. We do the mass. Under this condition, we can use the dimethyl finger. We can catch all the intermediates very clear. We can catch it. If without dimethyl, very difficult to catch. Sometimes you can find it, but it disappears very quickly. So usually the oxidation addition and transmetallation, that's a very key point. But in our case, we found this one easily accumulated before reductive elimination reaction. So we suggest, we guess, probably this is the intermediate. It's a new peak we found in infrared. And also, we do the more thing, use this one to do the mass. And you can see it's true. The mother peak can split further to the daughter peaks. So that's stable enough to do the mass. And then we do one more reaction, test is, we combine the dimethyl phenol, the ligand, with those without dimethyl substituted. And then 1-to-1 ratio, we run the MS. You can find at the very beginning, it's the peak, the mother peak is 5-to-1. But after the reaction carried out for 2 hours, this one becomes dominant. So that means this works very well. It can catch the palladium and cyclize the reactions. And one more thing is we have the X-ray. We can compare the length and the angle. But you can see this one is a studying ligand we use. And with palladium, if only phenol group, we can find it 1.373, 4.2% increase of the length. But if dimethyl, it's 0.1% more increase. So that means it's good. And also the dihedral angle is shrink a little bit. So that means indicating the dimethyl phenol work well. And then I would like to continue. I would say we want to still use diene, but this time we happen to use diphosphorus, you can see later on. Because these all are natural products. They are common structure. It's we call cis-hydrobenzofuran. It's a common structure. So could we find a very simple way to synthesize this carotene one step? So we find some literature, a lot of help for us. For instance, we find that the substitution R2 here is very important to help us to suppress the conjugate addition of the aerial boronic acid. So our aerial rotation only occurred here, and then that back to the 1,2,1,4 conjugate addition. So finally, one step we can have this compound. So all the examples is showing us so well designed, and also the product what we want. We use the binder as a ligand, and also this is some scope you can find, and here R2 can be varies. If we have the ester like a state here, or the nitrogen, so we can have one more. Means after that we can have one more ring. So that means one step and one step more, we have a third ring compound. Tri-cycle compound. So in that stage, we still think about, we have already succeeded in prepare the C carbon bond. How about polyrative reaction? We can use BB pin, or we can use the silicon, we call this reagent. We can do the silylation reaction. It's a very similar manner, actually. Okay, so for polyrative reaction, a very important thing is here, the direct group. And also the ones, again, the conjugate reaction was suppressed when we do the polylation reaction because of the hindrance here. So it goes this way. Finally, we can have polyrative cyclization compound. These are the examples. All we have done in presence of this phosphoramide as the ligand. And then this showing us this picture PPT showing us is silylated cyclization reaction. We particularly like it because the reaction first we didn't succeed, and then we make a change of adding compound. It's work well, and you can see from the product not only oxygen, nitrogen, carbon all succeeded. I think this maybe is more reactive in this case. One more thing is we want to play some game like now CH activation. So we use this as a study material. And of course, first we have to activate this proton and with the metal. And then the thin addition of the to here, we have the intermediate. In this case, there are two ways to go. If we use, we call the PRV, pyrroloxyl group here, we can go here as to N micro addition and CN reductive elimination reaction. And then we can have this compound. We have many examples. If here is a methyl group, and the CN reductive elimination suppressed. So without, it's not occurred. And especially we put the alcohol here. This PRVOH. So they have to go this way. And we'll have these examples. This is the mechanism we want to explain why in micro addition we have to go this way, because the the oxygen here, they have a coordinate with a loading, so they have to go to undergo the CN elimination reaction. But in that case, they still have more coordinates. So they have in presence of a proton, they deprotonate and then go that way. Okay, we also do the kinetic isotopic effect to see if this proton is or that one is important. Yes, it is. And we can see deuterate compound, they have a less active. So only this proton is activated by the, so you can see K is means 6.1. And then we should find more. For instance, how about this compound structure? This is we call the bicycle 441 decanylate echo compound. So we found that in literature there are several compounds very much look like the same skeleton, either as the natural product or some drug. So we try to design if we can use copper to do the correlative reaction here first, and then copper will be the other side, and then to have the allylic addition, and then finally we can have this compound. Yes, we succeeded, and but we first have to, because this we call the olefinium boronate. It's not so stable, so we have to go further in one step to the oxidation reaction, and then we can have a stable compound like this. So all case we have found a good one. And as I mentioned, if we use pins not stable enough, so then we use NEP, ENEP, and then we get a very good successful all the case. Also, we succeeded in start using the 5-member diketone as a starting material instead of 6-member ring. So you can see once again we succeeded in a 5-member ring diketone, and we also did some very preliminary try to find if this kind of reaction can be carried out in a symmetrical manner. It is, because we use this ligand, chiral ligand, we can have at least some initial access. So we have to do more things to find a good result. Of course, this is a transformation of the cyclized compound. And as I mentioned before, we have some problem with the unstable boronate compound, but it helps us because we found another tricycle undecane. This is very interesting because actually it's simple. If we look at the literature, there are several compounds they share with this kind of frameworks. So once again, the natural product we want to synthesize with the original method. As I mentioned before, already we come here and we find that we have this a little bit unstable boronate compound, and then after oxidation reaction, finally we can have this skeleton. You can see all the cases we succeed, and we soon we want to publish this structure. Oh, okay. One more is recently we also have found a very good phenomenon. We find that palladium can be migrate from area to venue. For instance, for here can move the other way, just the reverse way to here, and then trapped by boron. You can see the other results. This actually is a new way to synthesize the olefin. We can adjust various here and also trapped by various reagents. And as I mentioned, here can be changed. With the mechanism, we suggest something like this. And first, oxidation, addition of palladium, and then the palladium to activate proton here. CP2, sp2 proton here, and finally we trapped by the boron. Okay, I must finish. Before finish, I want to thank all of you, and also the funding agency, because I work in the Chinese Science Foundation for 8 years, so I couldn't apply money myself. That's a pity. In Taiwan, you can apply, but I cannot. And also in all the meetings, I have to look and keep quiet. That's the rule. But it's something you have done for others will return for you. Okay, you know the very famous Chinese painting in Taiwan, Zhang Daiqian. So you look at this pine tree. It's a very famous pine tree. So our students have trip to this area. They find this tree. So they took a picture. So I have to treat my students well because they do a lot of work for me. And this is with another 2009. They have a trip to Jiangxi province, mountain again. And also, this is very interesting. That's the way. I'm from Fujian. My roots there. So I went there, but this time I will not go. I didn't go with them. But this is a very, very, very unique structure for housing. Many families stay there inside at ancient time to protect themselves because the very thick wall, and you cannot find the other way to get in unless a door, very small door. So that's a good way. Inside a very good air flowing, very nice in winter and summer. Okay, that's in Anhui province, and this is the one area of Shanghai. You're familiar with the river divided by the Shanghai two sides. This other side, it's something like a copper river port. The British people, they come to say, copy us. And also the other side of the river, now it's a very modern one. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, you haven't come. I will have one more. Taiwan University. The Professor Zhang, is the president once for a year, and then he back to our institute as our director of our institute. So we have a very good connection. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we can take two questions. Anybody from the back?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so wow, it's so dark for you to see. Okay, so our next chairperson is an extremely good friend of mine. As I see from the beginning, he and me and Chen Long used to be called the Golden Triangle. For what reason, I don't know. And we share many good, happy times together. And then because he now is in Saudi Arabia, and moved from Japan to Taiwan, and Shen is in UCLA. So it's kind of a triangle. So the idea was why we call Golden Triangle, we don't know. But anyway, the next chairperson is Andy Wong, and now the stage is yours.
Thank you. In order to come here to host this section for our next distinguished speaker, Professor Dissner, I decided to have a haircut. Happy birthday, Professor Liu. As you can see, my association with the Liu group actually spent over roughly 7 years. I think that's probably one among the longest interaction. And then I can confidently say and proud to say that most of my knowledge, skill in organic chemistry has come from Professor Liu and the Liu group. And without the training in the period, I would not have made my way this day. But maybe I would be a rock star. Since you may know, I would also co-host tonight's banquet. So I will amuse you with more of my stories in the Liu group later. And now let's move on to the introduction of Professor Pierre Dissner. It's my very particular pleasure and honor to introduce Professor Dissner. Some of you may know, if I had spoken better French, I would have gone to France to study PhD with him. The brother Ambedée Fonse. And thank Professor Dissner. Even now, I still know how to count 3 numbers in French: 9, 10, and 19. I was introduced to Professor Dissner in March 2000 when I was exploring opportunities to start a PhD abroad, and Professor Liu struck me with Professor Dissner's impressive CV and said, "Hey, if you go to study with this guy, you can probably publish 50 papers a year." And sounds like a good deal. And we have, even as a undergrad, a graduate, Pierre was nice enough, to discuss and share chemistry with me. I feel very warm, and then I feel like, hey, even with my this little knowledge, I can still impress a big professor. I think that means a lot to me as well. Of course, today my mission is not to go through the long list of awards Professor Dissner has received. I will give the floor to him, and he will be talking us about leucinium catalyst for green chemistry via activation of alkyne, alkene, and CH bonds. Welcome to the floor.
So, bon anniversaire. Happy birthday. I'm very pleased to be here to come from Europe and France for this special event. And of course, we know each other since '93. We met at UMCOS Kobe. But this is just later that we interact most. We were at Santa Barbara, 95, and I will show you. And at that time, Professor Liu wanted to bring UMCOS to Taipei. And so there was a little diplomatic discussion, because at the time, in the committee, people say, oh, if it is organized in Taiwan, maybe after it cannot be organized in mainland China. So we went to meet a very important guy, Professor Lu Xian. He was at Santa Barbara, and he said, mainland China is not ready to do it now. So please, Professor Lu, EY, do first. And Professor Lu was so pleased to win, the election for UNCOS in Taiwan 2001. That is celebrated. Maybe he doesn't remember. Can you imagine Professor Lu dance of joy in Santa Barbara? You don't believe me. So here you can see there was a dance organized by Lipschutz, and first he's watching. Then he's coming, in the car. And then he's dancing. And this morning, somebody mentioned that Professor Nakamura was at Santa Barbara 95. This is true. And also this young guy was already walking to Hokkaido in the direction. So I would like to show more pictures. And Professor Lu visited us first time in 96. And of course, when I have a visitor from very far, not European, but from Asia or America, we go by car to Mont Saint-Michel, which is 1 hour from Rennes. This is inside at the top. At the top here, this is the garden where the monk used to work. And myself, I came first time in 98. And maybe you don't recognize me, but this is me.
This is the other guy.
And you can recognize in 98 with Professor Lu and his wife and colleagues of the department and other colleagues. And I should mention, everybody except one. This lady, very important lady. She is good at speaking French because she studied in Belgium. She is Qingqing Li, and she was the head of French Institute in Taipei, and she helped us to get some exchange. Even we signed agreement for exchanging students. And that was UNCOS before UNCOS in 2001 Taipei was in Versailles. And we organized with Jean-Pierre Genet, we organized a pre-UNCOS in Rennes, and that was the title. We went to the abstract to find the title of your talk at pre-UNCOS in Rennes. And that was the group of people before UNCOS. And here you can realize, when I go for a bigger slide, this is TY here. This is Lu Xian. I know this is Suzuki and from Tokyo, and Werner, for instance, Susfink, and I should be here. So 99, so I came back to Taipei in 2000, in March, and you were right. You remember exactly, okay? And this is the proof. So he was my tourist guide. I don't know who is your friend, but And we came at the same time as Professor Tsuji. I had a strong connection with him, and he visited me several times. And it started because my first meeting in Japan, I was sitting close to the guy named Tsuji. And I knew his name only for 1 month before because he wrote a book about palladium in organic synthesis. And I realized Professor T.Y. was so strong that he could arrange wedding. And that was a good, something very exceptional for us because there was a former student, wedding a former student. And he acted as if he was doing the wedding. So it was surprising for him.
He's here.
He's here. Oh, I need to meet him, of course. So I shift to 2003, but I don't want to forget 201. But I didn't bring a picture of your UNCOS meeting in Taipei because you are more picture than me. I rather try to find picture you probably don't get again. So after I can give you the picture which are here. So I know Taipei you are much more than me. And we had a connection between the two departments. He visited us, and actually because he was working in material, he started a cooperation with Régis Réau. And I will show you later. And they had a JAX in 2003. And he visited us in 2004. And this is Christian Bruno. This is a marketplace. This is inside the restaurant. And you will believe he was always in 1 year in the same restaurant. But no, he went back to Taiwan because that was July 2004. And if you look at July 2005, he's still there. Okay? This is the same restaurant, but 1 year difference. And here you see he has a short hair as compared to before. And this is Régis Réau, who became the head of CNRS for chemistry in France. And now he quitted our university, our group. He's a senior guy for science in air liquid worldwide. Maybe because of you. And of course, you were here in Rennes in 2008 when we organized ICOM. This is during your talk. That was during some entertainment in the banquet and lecture dinner. And now we are back in Taipei 2010. This is the organization of organometallic chemistry meeting. And other picture here, you recognize Schrock, you recognize Amateur. This is Arthur Carty, and this is from Japan. You know him, very famous guy from Japan. You know him? Tatsumi. And here, this is the choir. So I understand some people will sing tonight, but they train for many years. And of course, we met each other because, especially because of alkene metathesis, and not only because of UNCOS, but we had a common field. He went going to polymer, and we are doing more application to organic synthesis. So he was a speaker at our meeting organized by Christian Bruno in 2001, IZOM. And now I understand every 2 years they meet together at this meeting here. And that was during some pictures taken during the meeting in 2010. So now I would like to go to our chemistry. So I selected, restricted my talk as compared to my summary. I want to keep some alkene metathesis for you because that was the way we had a lot of connection. And I will discuss about CH bond activation just after. Okay. So here, this is the mechanism for alkene metathesis. It's old reaction in the 50s, and when you have a terminal olefin in the presence of the catalyst, you can get prepare internal olefin and ethylene, and if you operate in the pressure of ethylene, you go this way here. And that was the mechanism organized by, proposed by Professor Chauvin in '71. And Professor Chauvin told me that one Sunday in France, it was raining and he didn't know what to do, and then he thought about this reaction, and he knew the carbene fission, and he established a connection between the two. And this is his mechanism is like a dance, because you have a carbene which goes to the olefin, and they make a cycle, and they release a new olefin and the new carbon, and they start again to do this one. And the catalyst, of course, dance again and again. It took him a long time to be accepted. He told me 5 years. And actually, for young chemists, chemists believe that chemists of my generation were too slow, because it took 19 years for Schrock to make very efficient catalysts, and he accepted the concept of the carbene on unsaturated molybdenum and defined a good catalyst. 92 for Grubbs. The Grubbs 1 catalyst was 92, 20 years. So I just wish to the young people here to be faster than we. I think we can go much faster, discover things. Maybe not. I don't want to wait the end of this century. You know? And today, this is the picture of taken in 2006 in Lyon. And this is Professor Chauvin. This is Nobel laureate in the position as by the height. Professor Chauvin, Schrock, and Grubbs here. And here in the blue, I am hidden here, and another colleague is here. So I came to alkene metathesis by making new catalysts. This is what we did. I came in 97, we started this, and we find a new way to make carbene. And actually, it was the activation of propagyl alcohol to make alinylidene. And when you heat alinylidene, you get andenylidene. And if you want to operate at low temperature, just put carbonic acid to the alinylidene, and you form this strange carbene, which is andenylidene. But this is very useful, because even in industry now they do this, and they add acid to make this for Umicore, for instance. And because when you use this as a catalyst, the first cycle, you lose the carbene, and then you take the carbene of the other olefin. Okay? And so we made many inventions around this. And actually, by inspiration by the Oveda type catalyst, and we look at the propagyl alcohol with coordinating isopropyl derivative, and then you can make andenylidene, where you have always one oxygen coordinated to the ruthenium, and if you replace this phosphine by this one, then you have a very efficient catalyst. But this is a catalyst which is very difficult to start. We call it latent, but it's very stable. And it goes further than the previous very well-known catalyst. To give you one simple application, I want to take the example of terpene, but for this, the application I show you here, I will always use a catalyst, commercially available catalyst. I will never use our catalyst. Don't believe they are less efficient. But we have some agreement not to present this. And for instance, if you take this terpene and with this catalyst and acrylate, in one step you form this. What was the problem? It's always difficult to make alkene metathesis with a tri-substitutive double bond. Okay? And in that reaction, at 80 degrees, the reaction is stereoselective. It's stereoselective for all these compounds, and the advantage here was to use dimethyl carbonate as a non-toxic solvent. And especially here, if you take the same terpene with methacrylate, then you can do a new terpene when you have oxidized the methyl in CO2 MA. And the reaction is general for all these compounds here. And actually, this is one good example of green chemistry, because you take the terpene, which is a renewable product, and the catalyst here, and in one step, you form this terpenoid derivative here. And previously, people were obliged to do an oxidation into the aldehyde and to get the ester, or from the aldehyde to the carboxylic acid to make the methyl ester. So this is one application for transformation of natural product. The second application is linked to our work with a company which is named Arkema. Arkema is a company for polyamide. And from the polyamides 11, they can do very soft polyamide fibers for sport, but very strong or very soft chemical resistant polymer here. And if you do block polymer, for instance, this one, for this one, you can make shoes for sport, for instance, many types of shoes for sport. So we had a discussion with them, and they said, yeah, we need to, in the future, to change the way to make our polyamide. From the precursor, we know to make the polyamide, and how polyamide are accepted for production, for selling in the public. So we have to change the way to make them. And how can we do this from renewable material? And actually, we wrote together this project. You know, when you have unsaturated ester, or this one coming from olive, this one from castor oil, can we do cross-coupling reaction with acrylonitrile to get this intermediate? And then by hydrogenation, we should be able to generate a variety of linear amino ester. And at that time, the company had a process to do hydrogenation based on Ran and nickel to do hydrogenation of CN into CH2 NH2. And this is the way, you know, I don't know the production of castor oil in Taiwan, but I know in India they produce a lot of castor oil, which is not used for the food. And this is the way when you do trans-esterification, you generate the ricinoleic acid, and on pyrolysis, you generate the C11 unsaturated carboxylic acid. So we look at the reaction. And again, I take this example here, but the reaction works very well at 100 degrees in toluene. We can make this product here, and 96% yield. There is E and Z double bond here, but this is not a problem because we shall hydrogenate just after. And to hydrogenate, we can hydrogenate double bond very easily, but CN is much more difficult. So actually, we have this idea. When we find some hydrogenation catalyst, then we have the idea to, you know, when you use the catalyst for anti-metathesis, at the end, most of the catalyst is destroyed, but the ruthenium is here. And I knew before I made many hydrogenation that if you take any trace residue of ruthenium under hydrogen pressure, you get hydrogenation catalyst. And actually, when we finish the reaction, we transfer everything in an autoclave. We put 20 bars of hydrogen, and actually you hydrogenate both double bond and especially CH2 and H2. You need a base, but now we can use much cheaper base, and of course at lower percentage here. And then the company had a process to transform unsaturated carboxylic acid on reaction with ammonia into acrylonitrile. And then we look at the other cross-coupling reaction across cross-metathesis reaction of unsaturated nitrile, where the double bond is very far, and acrylate. And actually, using the same type of catalyst, we could produce this really more easily. And for instance, if you take the previous reaction with acrylonitrile, the TON was 3,000. And when we start from the C11 nitrile, then the TON is more than 17,000. So this is a much preferred system. And now the company is preferring this system. We go from here because this is a product by this is a process from the company. This is a bio process, and they make this transformation with a TON of more than 1700 here. And then you generate, for instance, the this is the C12 and amino ester, and they use it for making polyamide, linear polyamide. Let's go to CH1 activation. So we heard a lot about cross-coupling reaction, what I would call a cross-coupling, classical cross-coupling reaction. So you know, it's very 1972. It's possible to do a carbon-carbon from a stoichiometric amount of organometallic with stoichiometric amount of aryl derivative or even olefin derivative here. And every time you do this, you generate a salt. So when you start with lithium, magnesium, this is Tamao-Kumada reaction. So you need a few experiments with this. This is Negishi reaction, Stille reaction, Iyama reaction, Miyaura-Suzuki reaction. They are, I think this is the reaction the most useful, not only to make a complex molecule, but recently to make molecular material, especially for optics. But of course, when you want to make, for instance, a Suzuki reaction, you need to prepare 2 stoichiometric amount of organometallic. You make the Grignard first, and then you do transmetallation on boron derivative, and then you do the cross-coupling reaction with nickel 0 or palladium 0. So of course, the objective is to do for many years now to go directly from CH1. But of course, this is better at atom economy, and but you need reduced selectivity, because when you have organic molecule, you have so many CH1, and you need to activate only one. And there are some examples of, you know, for more than 2 decades now with palladium catalyst and rhodium-1 catalyst, and even ruthenium 0 starting 1993 with the Murai group. And we look at the possibility to do activation of CH bond with ruthenium-2 system, because we had a good experience on many types of ruthenium-2 system, and they are cheap, the complex are easier to make, they are stable as compared to ruthenium-0, and some of them are even stable in water. And what could be unique with this? Actually, Professor Inoue and Hoi in Sendai, I know Professor Inoue for many years because the city of Rennes and the city of Sendai are twin together. So I met Sakurai father many times. And even he was, for me, the guy who find that acetylacetylene lead to vinylidene. He was one of the first to show this. And they showed that for the first time that the ruthenium-2 in the presence of phosphine, the base, because you have 2 equivalent of HBr eliminated, but at high temperature could get diarization on mono, and they could reach a good I would say percentage or selectivity of the reaction here. So that was 201, and they succeed to make many transformations. And then in 205, Lutz Ackermann came in the field, and he's probably the more active in the field at the moment. And Bruno and me, we started 207. Yes, and we published a mechanism with Maseras in 208, in JAX 208. And then many people came, including Kakiyushi and then Chadani. That means they prefer to go from ruthenium-0 to ruthenium-2. So I'm very pleased about this. And many people from industry, Seki from Japanese pharmacy, Ouellet from Merck in Canada, and Annie Chutin, she does help us to do to look for mechanism. These 2 names are strange maybe for you, but they come from from Turkey. I call them my Turkish connection. Because with Çetin Kaya, he was PhD when I was postdoc in England. We were surrounded by 20 English people in the group, so we felt brother. I will discuss this arylation reaction and alkylation reaction today and ask questions about this. And I came to that field because at the beginning, the mechanism which was proposed, it was a copy of oxidative addition to palladium zero. And the people, the organic people, believe that ruthenium-2 behave like palladium. And this is not true, of course. So, you know, they postulate this ruthenium-2 to ruthenium-4, and then they postulate this electrophilic substitution. Actually, everything here was quite possible, but this was not possible. So we went to that reaction with this young guy here from Slovenia. And first he looked at the influence of other ligands, like precursor of carbene with ruthenium-2, you need a carbonate. And actually, it was just a little better than the work of Inoue and Hoy, but really not a big difference. Because after 10 hours, you had mostly the diarylation product. So he removed all the ligands. Like, you know, he doesn't like to be bothered by hair, and to your contrary, and so he didn't like the ligand. And so he discovered that when you put carbonate only with ruthenium-2, you have a big difference. It's much better, only 2 hours, and you have a high percentage of diarylation. And even when he had, you know, you need the carbonate, 2 equivalent, and when you have 2 equivalent of acetate per ruthenium, then you have excellent catalyst. The reaction takes place at 1 hour. But in my slide, I hide something to you. It's in front of you, but you don't see it. What I hide to you is here you have phenyl bromide, and here you have phenyl chloride. That means this is more easy to activate than aryl halide. So not only with acetate is much better, but the catalyst allow the activation of aryl halide, which are cheaper and more abundant, for instance. So we look at some specific transformation, and we have the possibility to make tridentate ligand as it is illustrated here. It's very easy to make 1, 2, 3, 2-pyridyl derivative benzene here. And we were able to show that the catalyst, when you put 2 equivalent of acetate per ruthenium, we were able to isolate this. But really, sometimes it's always simpler to do in situ reaction. You need to prepare before, but you know, don't bother yourself to isolate the complex all the time. What is the mechanism? You know, I told you what people believe before, similar to palladium. And with the help of Annie Jutin, she's an electrochemist, and she's able to identify intermediate in the catalytic cycle. So she looked at this reaction starting from the catalyst, and the first product to be observed is that one. This is a cyclomethylated product. This is not the oxidative addition of phenyl iodide first. And this is probably this way, you know, you remove acetate, the functional group coordinate to the ruthenium. The ruthenium-2 interact with this carbon here, and one acetate comes from outside to deprotonate. And we are sure that the acetate comes from outside because when we do the kinetic, if you increase the concentration of acetate, the reaction goes faster. With palladium, is not the case. And the second observation, which is interesting for the application, could you believe that when you do CH bond activation, which is easier, I forgot to tell you, this reaction takes place 27 degrees, room temperature almost in Rennes, above room temperature in Rennes, of course. not in Taiwan, but in India, on acetonitride. And like many people here, we were taught before that CH1 activation is difficult to do. This is not true. This is not true. Well, I am conscious that we teach the student many things which will not be true in a few years. And the second aspect is that, could you imagine that when you do CH1 activation, that acetic acid will favor the process? If I bet with you, even in 2000 and yesterday, you will never bet with me that acetic acid favors CH1 activation. But actually, it was true in this system, because when you have a catalytic reaction, A plus B gives C plus D. If D favors the reaction, this is autocatalytic process. And here, C is the compound, and D is acetic acid. And we were able to show that carboxylic acid favors the reaction, probably to make more naked the ruthenium, to allow the coordination of the functional group here. And I don't go into detail, but believe me, here on this scheme, I show that acetate favors the reaction and acetic acid favors the reaction. You know, this is without acetic acid, this is the formation of the cyclometallate product. And when you put one equivalent of acetic acid, you get this reaction. And I want to tell you, it's very different from palladium, because palladium can do the same reaction, cyclometallation, and it goes faster actually with palladium. But if you use acetate, you know, there is no change on the speed of the reaction. If you add a little acetic acid, there is no change in the speed of the reaction. So with palladium system, this is really like Fang showed this. This is CND mechanism, where the carboxylate coordinates to the metal to deprotonate CH1. With ruthenium system, the acetate or the carboxylate or the phosphate come from outside to deprotonate the system. And recently, there were some calculation with rhodium-3. I forgot the name, but this is famous field. This is from Japan. Old guy like me, and I forget his name at the moment, but they showed the same. With rhodium-3, the CH1 activation involve a base which come from outside, not from like for the palladium. The previous mechanism I showed you, let us believe that because ruthenium sometimes is stable in water, could be performed in water. So I like this picture because it's good to illustrate catalytic reaction in water. And this young lady from Tamil Nadu showed that actually it is possible to arylate CH1 in water. And she showed that for this p-valate was better than acetate. And the reaction, of course, takes place at 100 degrees and is finished after two hours to get mostly the dearylated product. And carbonate is better, and phenyl chloride is better here. And if you look at the second number, it illustrates the easiness or the efficiency of the catalyst. This is diethyl carbonate. This is NMP, this is water. Not only water makes the reaction possible, but the catalyst is more efficient in water. On some application, you know, if you take, but you can take many type of arene derivative or heteroarene derivative containing halide, then you can make polycyclic ligand, you can make polydentate ligand. That when you activate this CH bond, you can form this tridentate ligand, and it is much better than inorganic solvent. And here, if you take this phenylpyridine, but with a protecting ortho CH bond, then you make this ligand here in a good yield, actually. You need protection, because if you don't do, you get polymerization. But you don't get a unique polymer, you get a mixture, okay? Nobody has succeeded yet to arylate ketone. And that's a little a problem because, for instance, with ruthenium 0, Murray showed he could make alkylation with olefin at auto position of ketone, but not arylation. But you know, if you transform the ketone into imine, then it's possible to do arylation here. And the reaction works in water for 36 hours. And if you are in NMP, it takes much more time to get similar result here. That means in this case, you know, aldehyde cannot give arylation, but if you go through imine, then you do arylation, but in water, you have carbonate, and carbonate avoid the hydrolysis of imine into the aldehyde or ketone. And then when the reaction is finished, if you go in acidic media, you get the aldehyde or the ketone. Another observation that till now, I give you mostly example of diarylation. There is a good reason, because we always get a mixture of monoarylation and diarylation product, because the speed of the reaction, the rate of the reaction are similar, okay? But you remember also that Persia realized that in water, there was a difference. You know, diarylation was slower. And you remember at the beginning by the work of Inoue and the work on carbene, when we put a ligand, it was not so easy to make the compound that when you have carbonate on it. That means if you put a ligand, you decrease the rate of diarylation. And water plus triphenylphosphine makes a good combination to get selective monoarylation. And after this, you can do mixed arylation. For instance, starting from this product here, you make the blue bond with aromatic system or heterocyclic system. We can do alkylation as well, but the catalysts are similar for acetane and pivalate in water, 99%. But if you use NMP, then the percentage for the same time is so slow. I want to mention at this stage that there was, I know Dr. Seki very well. We have many discussions. He works for API Corporation in Japan, and he has succeeded to make monoarylation of this heterocyclic phenyl derivative here. But the advantage, and he used phosphate, because I will tell you later that we showed before arylation that phosphate could be good for activation of, for deprotonation of CH bond. That's why we know each other, because of phosphate. And this intermediate is used to, as an intermediate to make 3 drugs in pharmacy. So he, of course, he patented this process, and now the process is developed in India. So can you believe that in India, some people are doing ruthenium catalysis to do CH bond activation to make drugs? So I'm very proud of him. And for alkylation, then you know the Fujiwara reaction here, and he discovered with palladium-2 before 70. And you can do dehydrogenative coupling or alkylation of CH bond with CH bond of olefin, and you get the egg product here. And so we did this, and now at the same time, there was a big competition. That was the end of 2011. 4 teams made in a few weeks an example of alkylation with ruthenium-2. They were Miura first, we came after, then Ackerman and Jagan Mohan in India. And for instance, if you take this reaction, if you have styrene, you get this product. If you don't get olefin, you have homocoupling here. And no ruthenium, no reaction. Copper, you know, copper 0.2 equivalent 20% is enough in the presence of air to perform the reaction. And so we use copper 2 acetate as oxidant, and we use acetic solvent because we know acetic is a promoter for CH bond activation. I like ferrocene chemistry, and actually we try to look if a functional group could activate ortho CH bond of ferrocene to make a chiral derivative here. And actually, by using the Jagan-Mohan condition, we use silver to remove chloride before reaction. Then if you have a missile here, you can do alkylation, and you get only alkylation at the 2 position. This is a planar chiral product, but of course we have a racemic, but that's mean one day we will be able to make ligand using this type of reaction. The second aspect is when you have R1 equal phenyl, we wanted to compare ferrocene CH bond to phenyl CH bond. And here we were quite surprised that only the CH bond of the phenyl at ortho position was alkylated, but secondly, that the reaction works at room temperature. Actually, CH bond is very easy to make. What is difficult is to functionalize the carbon arising from the CH bond, and except here. So we believe this is because of the ferrocene and the oxidant, we may go via ferricinium group. This is to tell you that it's possible not only, imine, you can do alkylation with imine, ketone, oxazoline, but here I want to illustrate that phosphoric acid, can work for this reaction better than carboxylic acid here. And in this reaction, the mechanism go this way. You got cyclometallation first, then you insert the double bond radioselectively because this carbon is nucleophilic, you get this. And when the bond between ruthenium and the functional group is weak, you get beta elimination. When, like here, when the bond is strong, that means you have a rigid cycle. You don't have beta elimination. You need a base. This is the acetate. And the base will come to take a proton. It takes a proton here, and you get anion here. So you make, you remove 1 proton here, and here you get minus here. This is ruthenium 0. So you need the copper 2 to reoxidize ruthenium 0 into ruthenium 2 to perform the reaction. This has been demonstrated by Indian group. I am very proud of Indian chemistry for CH bond activation at the moment. This is a group from NCL Pune, Ramana. You have seen this, and that was, at the time when we made this product, we wanted to activate, the other CH bond, but we failed. And we could not understand, and then we said, the tripyridine coordinates with the ruthenium, and it poisons the ruthenium. The catalyst cannot go further, and that was a mistake. When you say, this ligand is a poison for the metal, you don't want to try something good, okay? So I realized myself, I made the mistake, I accepted this concept, and this was not true, because even if I don't give you some details, now it's possible to do this. From phenyl pyridine to pyridyl benzene, it's possible to make hexapyridine derivative. This was made by the same guy, Frank from Slovenia. This is not published, so I don't tell you everything, but this is in water solvent, and we need a co-catalyst to allow that the reaction goes to completion here. So the conversion is 100% with an excess of this, and we can isolate 80% of this compound. So this reaction opened the field to many ligands. We plan to do bipyridine system here, bipyridine, phenolphthalein derivative, etc. So I come to the end, and this is my last chemical slide. And this is not my work. This is the work of these 2 guys, Christian Bruno and Bhaskar Sundararaju. And actually, they have, I gave you some example of sp2CH bond activation. And they have started a project on sp3CH bond activation. Actually, when they use ruthenium 2, system with a phosphine sulfonate, similar to the phosphine sulfonate of Professor Nozaki. But then in that case, you know, they are able to dehydrogenate cyclic amine, and they get enamine. And to prove it works this way, then if you react this with aldehyde, then you have a normal condensation of enamine with aldehyde. And in the presence of hydrogen, here the source of hydrogen was formic acid, they got alkylation at beta position. There were many examples of functionalization of alpha CH bond, sp3 CH bond, close to heteroatom by Murashi, for instance, Sunichi Murashi. And, but now you are able to alkylate at beta position. So I come to the end, and I showed that here, I showed you some example of going from plantoid derivative to polyamide precursor by two catalytic sequential reaction, alkene metathesis, hydrogenation. I give you some example of ruthenium-2 for CH bond activation, even in water, okay? And we have, we expect to make very nice new ligand even for photocatalysis here. The future, of course, is sp3 CH bond. I have personally some example with palladium and Christian Bueno as example with the ruthenium-2 system here. These are the people who work with me, but I showed you their name. I prefer to show the picture. And we are 5 professors in a square of lab. In the middle, there is a garden, and we are in the square of lab, same level. So we share NMR, chromatography, etc. And this is Christian Bueno. So at CNRS, you are the boss of a team CNRS University for 12 years maximum. So I was his boss before. Now he's the boss. So it's very important strategy. When you are the boss, you have to anticipate who will be the next boss in such a way that, you know, you have to not to make enemy with the next boss. But I treat people usually well. Okay? And they are very nice to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You look at Putin in Russia.
Yeah.
You look at Putin in Russia.
Yes. Yes. This is only to say he works also for CH bond activation, but with palladium. Darcel is an ion chemist. He has a process for hydrogenation reduction process with ion. This guy, Cedric Fischmeister, does now the alkane metathesis reaction. You can see we are many people. We are more people from outside France than from French people here. I made the publicity with this book for metal catalyzed reaction in water. Actually, I co-edited the book with a former master student of mine. And he developed, he's Spanish, and he developed catalysis in water in Spain. But I've noticed he was very efficient because when he was a master with me, he stayed 6 months in my lab. But in less than 6 months, he got a French girlfriend. And if they got married, and they're still married actually. So not only he was efficient, but you say loyal. This is a map of Europe. So France is here. You may have heard of Paris. Rennes is located here. UK is here. And Spain, Italy, Germany here. I will show you some picture of Rennes. And I come from this area. I am not from this Bretagne. I am immigrant. But I come from the Loire Valley, where the castle, the Loire Valley, where was the area where the King of France lived before going to Paris. So this is Rennes, old city with new building, last 1 century. Now a shift to the Loire Valley. This is the castle of King Henri II, the castle of François I. This is, how do you say, a romantic castle, because this is a castle of the Sleeping Beauty. This is the Château d'Ussé. So this is Renaissance castle. And the last one is not a castle. This is a home, but this is very important. This is the home of Leonardo da Vinci. The King François I lived in this house when he was a prince. When he became the king, he moved to the castle of the king, and then he gave his house to Leonardo da Vinci, who spent the last years of his life here. And here you can see these people here, they are my students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we will take one quick question. Any question from the audience?
Yeah, I noticed that you can make the nylon 12.
Yeah.
From the package. How is the nylon 12 prepared from lactam rather than amino acid? Are there any difference?
No. This is the C, you mean the C12? Yeah, C12, C11 the same.
Yeah, I need C12.
Yes.
From the lactam.
Yes.
That's
But you know, when you want to make it from a plant oil, it's easier to make from linear unsaturated ester, because you take the oil, you do transmetallation with methanol, and you get the ester directly. Okay. So at the end, I brought a present for you. So this is Oscar for people in catalysis. This is Oscar, but of course it's not Oscar for film. This is a statue. And this statue was made by a sculptor who was a woman. She was the student of Rodin. You may have heard of sculptor Rodin. And the name is Camille Claudel. His brother was ambassador of France in Japan. And this illustrates the valse. And the valse illustrates the catalytic cycle.
There's two things I want to explain to you. This one is given to D. Qi means precious stone. That means PA. D stands for business. So this is your new name. Okay? And also, this is particular word. It's ruthenium in Chinese. So, because you have contributed so much to ruthenium.
We're going to thank you, Professor Disner, for the wonderful lecture.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll have the coffee break until 4 p.m. Please come back at 4 p.m. The final section.
有粉丝了，他讲他在我在没有，他旁边不是在不是啊，他叫我一定要放，然后他这个，
Yeah.
下一个，
跟自媒挡掉哈，
好，再好，那个。好，
谢谢，恭喜啊！那个人生新阶段的开始。有一个影响哇，
好，这个相机照。
好，这个样，你要一张，这个对啊，一张啊，
要收钱啊，要收钱，要收钱。
一张
钱，可以出去上厕所。
那是4千，6千了。
那个稍微再大。
那个呢？在哪里？你放在哪里？这边吗？那个好辛苦啊！
人形立板的，下次就直接做一个你在那边。
是吗？
呀，你造成的，是看2020，然后是这个刚开始1月4号才开始，这是刚开始，这样，
Also holding it.
就是把这种把或者在里面会做东西，他那个麻烦你一下。
哦，对，
然后要收2000，特别多，他的用户知道，对。
Okay. Oh, Gary. Yeah,
很麻烦。
接了吗？
就是这么接了，
就比如那个下一个
对呀，
所以我也想接的。
你要不要吧？
我要。
可以吗？你签的够吗？
我们2个。
老师可以吗？
OK. That was the first year. Okay. So we can overlap. And I know you.
回来1个月。
I sent this picture.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
你们都知道谁呀？带 guest 去，
对他们都安排好。
那你们等一下要，
我们先过去，我们就坐台电车过去。
我要去也是哇 ，OK， 好吧。所以按他们都知道，照相都要派给他们。啊，对，等一下，你都给他们吗？他那个。就是你看他们就是
好吧。
Make sure that we get it.
我们是打电视上。
OK。
那好过一点。
我那时候想，如果要的话，看这些。
他们所有人都在看书。
Thank you。
不一样。那结束是直接去饭店还是那种情况？
我可以讲上了。
那这样就是然后我去。 那边要去那边接的人啊，也要去饭店等啊，这个没关系，这个放没关系。
等一下可能会爆满，可是他们都进来，
都进来了，要站的。
因为很多人都在问老师演讲，对，
就站在那边。那个，所以要，所以要那个要带的人要去解释你的5点50在右上下方，右上角一个。所以5点50是要请饭店来健身房去接完。我会跟服务员。OK， Country is more, I would say, stable. Maybe some anthropology, which is something very useful and kind of making more sense. The 4 countries.
Yeah. That's pretty fun. Yeah. So, that's been one of the upsides of this collaboration. Probably wouldn't have worked if it wasn't. Yeah, so it's fun.
And I think that quite a lot of people are interested in this kind of initiative, no one really laid out. In terms of the
Yes, so we actually have a strategy where we added a ligand that helps the photochemistry that still allows formation of unsaturated compounds. So it does work as
No, just
You should have never met before.
being traveled in Hong Kong. 然后他们有写在本上这边。那这个是2号，这墙是2号，2号线，然后带着陆老师1号，那个陆老师3号，陆老师3号，对，7月份1号，对，这是3号，然后这样的多一位，这样子是2号，1号，3号，我乱。
And then one of the 2 country states
目前是没人，还是怕等下最后所以是10万拿下去的。是吗？因为他刚刚是被拿下去的。
这个是在干嘛？
这个是那个跟楼上同步，对，因为学校的同步性很快。
The reason is somehow I think I don't want to why it's because in Taiwan we see more focus on bio side. So there's a lot of pressure for people doing the fundamental what kind of direction should I look or should I stay?
你说什么？你有说话吗？OK。这样看起来好像很 OK 的样子。对啊，没有投影片，现在没有投影片可以放。
Sometimes you just want to make yourself ready. For example, for your kids, what you do after the cross-cutting reaction, asymmetry, what's the next?
I don't know. I can probably write out my career.
现在啊。
Because like my institute, usually like I think I'm right now.
可是我觉得下面光度很强，我不知道是投影片的关系还是一场面的关系，就上面暗下面亮。
那应该是因为灯还没关的关系。
还 OK 啦，还 OK， 虽然感觉上面有贴到一点点。
那我再调一下。
Pressure whether you want to join into maybe
刚刚原本没有想到，后来好像觉得说，万一可能会有比较多人。我上次觉得我不知道的，我调过，我这么关掉，然后重开。对。 这样可以吗
？OK，
还是要再暗一点？
刚刚有听说，现在那我们再等下3万分吧。哦，这是我忘了多少钱？因为你要不是。好，
Right now, it's supposed to I used to just不用紧张，好。站起来了，站起来。
Okay, so
okay, welcome back. Okay, I think so. I just want to highlight one thing. Okay, the picture of the wedding Professor Dixon just showed is Professor Xian Longzhen's wedding. And then the bridesmaid is Professor Qin Fa Li. Where is he? 已经开始喝了。Alpha is a beer. Sorry, we just say this is Xianlong's wedding. He was the bride. Okay. So the final invited speaker of this symposium was the final chairperson. Sorry, I'm not supposed to introduce my job.
Okay, the final chairperson is Professor Cho Chen. Okay, so Professor Cho Chen has now a position at University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center, and he is my senior. So we know each other for many, many years. He was an undergraduate researcher with Professor Lu from 94 to 95. And in 97, based on him, he told me he worked as a janitor in the office because he is waiting to go abroad, and Professor Lu kindly is receiving as a janitor, so he can wash bottles and like that.
I confirm that.
So welcome, Professor Chen.
Thank you. One of the great things about being Professor Lu's lab is getting to know all these wonderful people that later on become your colleagues and friends. So I'd like to join other section chairs to thank Professor Lu for letting me have the opportunity to join this big family, even though I only stayed his lab for a very short time, about a year and 2 summers. And I'd like to join the other speaker to highlight some of the great influence that Professor Lu had on us. So it was, I would say, at the time that I joined Professor Lu's lab, I was a very naive undergrad student. And the only thing I know is how to study. And so Professor Lu really opened my eyes to the modern organic chemistry and showing me all kinds of wonderful chemistry that you can do with organometallics. And every one of us who went to his lab believed that we were in his lab during the golden era. And I think that's rightfully true because every stage of Professor Lu's career involves very exciting science. And there's no time that you will say, I don't know what I'm doing here in this lab. So, but I think I was at the, so I was in Professor Lu's lab in mid-90s. That's probably one of the very special times in Professor Lu's career. I witnessed the transition for his career going from transition method catalysis to carbohydrate chemistry and then to material science. And also at the same time, he was interested in the buckyball and the buckyball chemistry. And so I got exposed to all kinds of these new things that I never heard of before. And that actually helped me to form the foundation that I can go on and do my own chemistry in the future. So it's really hard to overstate how important that is to have this foundation. I give a few examples. First is after being in Professor Lu's lab, I went to Harvard to study in grad school, and I was totally stressed out. But after soon after I found out I'm only I was probably one of the only few people who can draw buckyball in 2 dimensions. I know that I'm in good shape because I really learned a lot, and I have pretty much everything I need to know when I'm in grad school. And then I started working on my PhD thesis. It's a post-thesis project that Professor Matt Shear designed a very beautiful peptide reaction to form bicyclic core of fascinating natural products with briquette olefin. And he quickly realized the only way to pull out that reaction is to run a Grignard reaction. And I said, well, I know how to do a Grignard reaction because I learned all the tricks in Professor Lu's lab. So later on, we need to optimize this triple-pendant reaction, as we call it. I proposed to Matt that I'm going to do all kinds of crazy things like swap the solvent from polar THF ether solvent to toluene solvent. And Matt just looked at me and said, Grignard, what are you doing? And I think most people who don't work on Grignard reaction at the level that Professor Lu does, Grignard really is just a Grignard reaction, just maybe Grignard that you add to the substrate and the magic will happen. And I learned a couple of things from Lu. One is Grignard reaction may not be simply a reaction. It can possibly be a simple reaction transfer reaction. That's the first time I get exposed to that kind of concept. And the second thing is you can dramatically change the reactivity and selectivity just based on the environment. Turns out that that was key to the success of the reaction. Had I not known how to swap the solvent, I think I would have did a PhD and I would have to come up with another thing to get this timing. And after that, I started, after I got finished my postdoc, I went to start my career at Southwestern in Dallas. I was studying a couple of things, and the single electron transfer quickly became kind of the center of my thing. I was working on photosynthesis, but everything that I was doing turns out to be strong in this topic that I was never realized until years later. I was like, wow, this seems to be like the destiny that something that I learned when I was an undergrad turns out to be the center of my research. And then very recently, I got very excited about psychedelic nucleotide chemistry, and I said, I know how to work with RNA, I know how to work with ribose because that was my undergrad project. And I was lucky enough as an undergrad project, even though I didn't achieve anything in Dr. Liu's lab, I had my own project. So I was able to explore linear reaction on a ribose system that I didn't appreciate at that time, but actually become kind of my current research center right now. So with that, I would like to say one thing about what Professor Liu told me one time, and I was totally shocked when he was saying this to me. He said, young man, you guys will do better than me. And I was like, how could that be? And then Professor Liu explained to me why he said this to me. He said, this is important because if the young people don't do better than me, that means the future will be dark. So everyone has to be better than their older generation. Then they will have hope. So I will say, I don't think I have lived up to that standard yet, but I'm working toward that direction. And I think even though Professor Liu is going to retire in the near future, in the year or so, his legacy will continue to inspire us. And with that, I would like to turn the attention to our next speaker, which is Tamao Sensei. You'll hear his science soon, so I'm not going to talk about his science achievement, and I'm not going to go through his CV as well. I just want to say one thing that I learned from his website, which is really impressive, is he said that eco-sadness for people associate negative image with chemicals and start to feel how wonderful chemistry can help us. And he was trying to help people understand chemistry does change the world in a good way. So with that, I'd like to say Tamao Sensei joined the leadership of RIKEN, which is the most prestigious research institute in Japan. And right now he's the director of research and helps shape the direction of chemical research in Japan. And he will tell everything that we want to know.
So thank you very much for your kind introduction. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be invited last speaker among the invited speakers to celebrate TDY's 70th birthday. So congratulations. So, okay, today I'd like to some research results during 50 years. Why I selected this title, including rather all the stories. The reason is as follows. The post-coupling reactions acted as the catalyst for us to get to know each other about 30 years ago. So this is our first paper concerning the nickel catalytic post-coupling reactions published in JCS in 1972 and 1972. So also for the catalytic cycles. But And I think it is not necessary to go into the details of our coupling reaction. But anyway, we have proposed first time the dependence of the catalytic activity of the post-in Wieland and proposed the catalytic cycle. And after that, many cross-coupling reactions have been developed, mainly by Japanese chemists, as you know. And we are here, and Professor Koryu and Kumada developed the catalytic cross-coupling reactions. And here, this is just a list up to the end of 1980. And here, in 1987, Professor Liu published the detailed catalytic cross-coupling reactions of thioacetate. This is the first paper, I think. Is that correct? Yeah. Published in 1987. Nickel catalytic cross-coupling reaction of thioacetate. This is a beautiful catalytic cycle that I think will very beautiful work. Nickel catalyst active. Nickel complex active the catalyst for the cross-coupling reaction of thioacetate with two molecules of linear reagents to form one carbon-carbon bond forming formation. And here's the Dr. Lee and the Professor Liu. Dr. Lee, here. Okay. Yeah. Nice to meet you again. Okay. I met
you met him first.
Yeah, first, before Professor Liu. At the symposium, and some years later, I met him at the symposium also. Okay, so this cross-coupling reaction, anyway, acting as a strong catalyst to know each other. About 30 years ago. So that's why I started this story. And so we organized the special symposium, 30 years of the cross-coupling reaction. This is was held as a post-ONCOS 11, which was organized by CY in 2001, and the CY here. Okay. And this is a very, very important feature in the cross-coupling reaction field. So you can see almost all important chemists in this field. Okay, you see Kochi, Suzuki, Kumada, Koryu, device, Hiyama, Sonogashira, everybody. Okay. And unfortunately, Kumada and Koryu passed away. Now, Koryu, unfortunately, this year, February 13th, Koryu also passed. So in November, a special symposium for Memorial Symposium for Koryu will be held in Montpellier. Yeah, I have been invited to attend. And at that time, we collected signature, all attendants. Okay. And I think this card is separated in and here is signature here. This is also a very, very important record in the cross-coupling reaction. And before that, EY kindly invited my whole family, together with Professor Toshi Nozaki and Mrs. Nozaki and Kyoko here, and they are so-called parents. And at that time, we had one son. 20 years later, this year, this boy became this. He is now the graduate student in mathematics fortunately or unfortunately, in mathematics in the University of Tokyo. And this is the second sum. At that time, 20 years ago, there was no trace for him, but now he is 16, 17 years old, 30 years old high school. So this picture is also very important for us. And 10 years ago, I, together with the AG, was invited to celebrate the PY 60th anniversary. So we had a very great honor to give a lecture. And we have been renewal of our friendship with 4 years ago, we attended the meeting of Chemical Society, Chinese Chemical Society, Taipei, was held in Tainan. I was invited to give a lecture, and at that time, GY was awarded very special award. And also, 2013, I was also invited to and GY, thank you very much for after present for us. Me and Kyoko. This is a very good present. Thank you very much. I'm devoted in my practice. Thank you very much. And PY also presented a very nice first. PY greatly recommended Bruce as a member of Initiative Research Scientist in LICAC. And of course, he was selected. And he enjoyed the research. 5 years plus 1 year in LICAC, I think. And but finally, he was invited to academia. So I'm very glad to see this advantage very active. Thank you very much for organizing this session. Thank you very much. Okay, in that way, we have been promoting our friendship with the group. Now, going to science, from cross-coupling to functional element organic chemistry. Here's a brief summary of our representative scientific achievement during 30 years or 40 years. 40 years. And from cross-coupling reaction in 1972, and in 1983, we have developed hydrogen oxide oxidation of the carbon component. Now this reaction is called Kamau-Fleming oxidation reactions. And then in 1994, we started to develop some functional element organic chemistry. We started with the cyclic derivatives. So please recognize that here's a years interval for big project. So I call this is the 11 year rule, just like a transport 11-year cycle. So I think 11 years is a very important key number for our research, I think. So from 1990, we started research in element organic chemistry or functional, directed towards material science, so we call functional element organic chemistry. So we wanted to plan to introduce main group elements such as silicon, boron, phosphorus into traditional carbon high electron systems, aiming at getting novel electronic structures and novel properties. So we call element organic high electron systems. So we want to start to develop. And So this is just a summary of silicon containing 5 conjugated systems. So first is the introduction of silicon moieties into the carbon-carbon pi electron system. And the second is the introduction of second phase we call is the silicon-silicon double bond is introduced into the carbon-carbon pi system. So I'd like to talk about the result today. And in this case, we must consider orbital interactions. Here's the carbon CC bond, CC bond, pi and pi star. Okay. If silicon is introduced, we must consider additional orbitals, carbon silicon bond, carbon silicon sigma star, and then for the silicon is introduced, we must consider silicon silicon sigma bond, sigma sigma double bond orbitals. So if we under these okay, the important point is that there are high level HOMO and low lying LUMO level, almost similar energy level in the antibody level. If silicon is introduced into the CC5 system, we must consider interaction here. The typical example is the silo as we mentioned later. And if silicon double bond is introduced into the carbon-carbon pi system, we must consider the interaction of these orbitals. So this system must be the disilene system. In that case, we must consider an interaction of the CC and SLS. Mainly pi star orbital interaction. But the scientific question is what kind of conjugation occurring and how efficient is the pi conjugation in this system. That is the scientific question we want to clarify. So the first is this is also rather old story, but I'd like to explain quite briefly. 2,5-diallyl cellulose as a representative of the silicon introduced carbon pi systems. Okay. This we found that this compound acted as an efficient electron transporting materials in OLED or lead. And in collaboration with the company persons, this compound has been applied to electron transporting materials in OLED in 2003. This research was led by Dr. Yuzo Yamaguchi, now he is a professor in Nagoya University. So why Cyrol is so interesting? Cyrol has a low-lying LUMO levels in comparison with other cyclic, high-member cyclic dyneins in comparison with cyclic dyneins. Okay? So why this level is so low? Okay. This is due to the sigma star pi star combination between the extracyclic two sigma stars of extracyclic physical carbon bonds and pi star levels of the dyneins moieties, making the LUMO level lower. Okay. So we call sigma star pi star conjugations. So that's why in the LUMO level of the cellulose, there will be a carbon silicon carbon through conjugations. And such a conjugation is not observed in the cyclopeptide E. And also the cellulose must after the acceptor. So, but at that time there was no synthetic method to get 2,5-diallyl cellulose. So we developed a new synthetic method to get such a compound, starting with readily available alkyl silane. From this, the reductive cyclization with lithium naphthalenide to form 2,5-dihistiocyclose in concentrated field at room temperature of 30 minutes. And this provides a starting material to give a variety of 2,5-difunctionalized cellulose and 1,1-functionalized cellulose. And also, after changing lithium to zinc, which was subject to NAC coupling to form the 2,5-diallyl. These transformations can be performed in one-pot manner. So this method has now become the general method to get the 2,5-diallyl. We found that this purely substituted cellulose has a high electron mobility, about 2 orders higher than ALQ. So this was at that time one of the best electron transporting materials. So at that time, this cellulose effectively becomes the best electron transporting materials. So we applied our compound electron transporting materials in OLED, OLED. Okay, please note that the light comes from ALT, not from cellulose. That is important. Okay, so cellulose acts as only electron transporting materials, not NCD materials. Okay, so as a total performance, this OLED with cellulose as electron transporting materials, the performance is much higher than OLED with cellulose materials. For example, brightness is 2 times brighter than with cellulose.
So this is a summary of our cellulose chemistry. So today I introduced only this part, but we have prepared a variety of polymers and polymers. Okay. So I think this here's a generation gap. Maybe okay, there.
So from this point, the development of a new synthetic methodology opened up a new generation of cellulose chemistry. Okay. And this is just data. Our 3 papers related to the cellulose chemistry. Okay. So this is the publication, number of publications. So cellulose has now become a new building block in Python. The second part of my talk is the second generation phase of this chemistry. So our target first and the ultimate target molecule is this silicon double bond analog of polyparaffin binders. So we abbreviated SI PPE or SI oligo polyparaffin binders. So but we want you to get air stable enough to be handled in the air, okay, as a normal material. But as you know, these main group double bond compounds very difficult to handle. Okay. So this year marks the 35th anniversary of unsaturated bond of any main group elements since discovered by these compounds by A.G. Brooke, Robert West, and West Frisky. Okay. So this concept says these double bonds are thermodynamically stable enough that kinetically reactive. So bulk protecting group is essential to isolate this compound. On this concept, a variety of unsaturated compounds have been developed by developing a new bulky protecting group. But we wanted to develop a more versatile, generally versatile protecting groups for many purposes. So in 2007, we developed R-ring group or ring group. This is the abbreviation of this structure of the R substituted S during the same new group. So R-ring. So R-ring, window in English means the thick outer skin of some types of food. So protecting inside juicy part. So this name is very quite suitable for concept. So there are several main features in the structures, but okay, I would like to speak maybe as only one, this one. This part, this space for substituent due to freeze rotation in the rigid fuel system. This is kept for substituent. That is the most important feature of this structure. Okay. And synthetic methodologies that have been published in BCSJ. Okay. Very good journals published in the Chemical Society of Japan. So please publish or submit your nice papers, and also please cite good papers in your paper. So this is just a comparison of the three types of bulky arene groups. Traditionally used such protecting groups. Space for substituent is interrupted more or less by the side chains to lower the stability of whole molecules. But in our case, this bond is frozen, so space for substituent is kept safe, free from interruption by the side chains. So this space is kept for substituent. That is what important. And these aldehyde bromide and other starting materials can be prepared very easily in 2 steps from this readily available starting material by intramolecular Friedel-Crafts reaction followed by lamination or lamination followed by Friedel-Crafts application. Okay. So we can obtain a variety of Friedel group with a variety of such states. And we have advantages to get necessary 1,1 substituted olefin, starting with the cheap 1,1-dichloroethylene by nickel catalytic cross-coupling reaction. So these materials readily available on a kilogram scale, and some of them are now commercially available from Tokyo Cafe. TCI, okay. 5 gram about 300, cheaper than 300 US dollars. I don't know if this is cheap or what. Anyway, now these are commercially available, so please use for your I like to. So nomenclature, that's a rule. Okay, if the all substances are same, okay, this is E info. acid indole. And in this case, this is indole. So in that case, peripheral substituent first and approximate substituent the next across indole. So in this case, ethyl-methyl indole. So ENE we call in that way. That is the rule proposed. Here's the summary we have achieved with this RB group from 2007. Okay, we published the results. And only in, okay, so last year, in the end of last year, we published the review article again issued president of the Clinical Society of Japan. And recently, okay, last year and this year, we published several results. Okay, so among them, I talk about and so for the time limitations, we concentrate on these results and this Germanon and some results of iron chemistry. So the RU dicide means so time limitations, or I skip this result today, but I concentrate on this platform. And first of all, we examine the air stability of diphenyl dicide beings protected into a variety of RNA groups. So, and we found that if the ethyl groups approximate positions, if ethyl groups are present, these compounds are stable enough more than 1 year in the air. Okay. So compounded by NMR. Okay. So this ligand completely protected the sequential control of one. Here's the dimer of SIOP3. Okay. So this also has a very highly coplanar pi framework. The cyclical round between the phenyl group and the SISI double bond is on the highly coplanar framework. And this framework is protected with the RNA group, which are oriented completely perpendicular to the pi framework. And the side chain, ethyl groups are protected above and below of the pi framework. So the silicon atoms, red silicon atoms are harder to see through the protective groups. Okay, so in that way, the RNA group can protect the silicon double bond. And highly coplanar structure gives us interesting for clinical properties. So this one also about 20 nanometer elongated absorptions, and this compound is about 40 nanometer elongated absorption maximum in comparison to the reported literature compound. And this compound emits light at even at room temperature. This was the first examples the silicon double bond containing high conjugate systems in light. So this is the first example, and in solutions and also in the solid state. So we wanted to elongate this chain, but stability problem prevented us to prepare elongated compounds. So we introduced the long alkox chains at the polar position of the protective group for improving the stability. Then finally, Dr. Lee, he is now getting a position in California, but not solid in Shanghai. Shanghai no Dialogue. Sorry, thank you. Fudan University. He graduated from Fudan, then came back, went back to Fudan University in Shanghai. And he developed this new ligand. Then finally, he isolated monomer, dimer, primer, and heteromer. And as we expected, the absorption maximum elevated, and also emitted light also in this order. And this is the plot of the chain length against the lambda max, absorption maximum. So we can obtain a very nice curve. And based on the Myers treatment, we estimated the effective conjugation length and the lambda infinity. We obtained the effective conjugation length is 9, and the lambda max at this position is 635 nanometers, corresponding to the electron gap is 1.95 electron volts. So this is a summary of result now, and this is a comparison with the theoretical predictions for polymers. We got the monomer, and comparison with the carbon data. Very importantly, this band gap 1.95 electron volt is quite similar to the theoretically predicted value. And this is much smaller than the band gap for the carbon olivoparaffin binaries. So this is the MO molecular orbital calculations for the polymers, monomer to heteromers. And we can see the through conjugation between carbon-carbon double bond and silicon-silicon double bond. So this is I should say, the first strong evidence for pi conjugation between CC double bond and silicon-silicon double bond. And the effective chain length is 9. So two chain shorter than the carbon case. So we hope some applications in the future with that kind. And next, we introduced the high extended aromatic groups instead of the elongation of the silicon-silicon double bond. Keeping one silicon-silicon double bond, but the carbons apart is high extended groups. Then we found that for the first time, they are stable more than 5 years already. No change. Room temperature anything and silent. Okay. So these two negative case, you can see some beautiful red light in fluorescent case also. Okay. And also the very almost completely coplanar structures are protected with the groups. So we wanted to examine the ability of the emissive materials in O and D. So in collaboration with the former co-worker Tsuji, who is a member of the H. Nakamura's group. So we published together this result 4 years ago. The performance is very far from the practical use, but we confirmed this light side lane into light in all light devices. So we think we have opened a very small door to a new field for application of our pipe conjugated light side lane derivatives. Now, I'd like to change the topics to German. So this is the first heavy ketones with the terminal oxygen atom. Okay. So carbon replaced with germanium. Okay. There have been many trials to get such a ketone, heavy ketone, but almost all cases, intramolecular some obstruction of the hydrogen atoms or dimer formation or oligomer formation. So we must introduce an efficient protective group to keep monomer as a stable molecule. And we introduced the two E-endo groups on germanium. So we got the germanium, divalent to germanium compound as a group crystals. This reacted with oxide before the germanium. And this is acted as just like a germanium oxide, highly polarized structure. And we can see such a character from the reactivities. This is just a molecule. So we examine the reactivity of this germanium. Germanium react with the LAH and methyl lithium as ordinary manner. So I think this highly polarized oxygen atom interact with lithium with the methyl lithium. I think this mechanism is similar to the mechanism proposed by Eiichi Nakamura in 1993, more than 20 years ago. Right. And this germanium reacts with water without any catalyst. And also react with acetone, alpha hydrogen proton containing ketone to form inorganic, just going without any catalyst. So this oxygen, highly polarized oxygen, acts as a strong base. And also, this is a unique reaction of heavy ketones. Hydrosylation of germanium oxygen double bond without any catalyst, just a mixing to form this hydroxy quantitatively and react with CO2 at room temperature within 10 minutes. No catalyst. So to form a cycle carbon. Mechanism will be anything. Final topic is linear two coordinate ion complexes of molecular magnets. This is just in place in chemistry data from the Campus Society of Japan. We can obtain this molecule as a sensitive yellow crystal. This is the structure. Our carbon, ion carbon, almost linear. This is unique. And there have been one complete linear compound examples in the literature. They reported a very large magnetic moment, much higher than the spin only value. So there will be a spin orbit interaction in this compound. So we also, our compound also gave us like a high magnetic moment, and also in Mesbauer spectroscopy, large internal ultrafine fields. So these might be active as a new candidate for single molecule magnet. So today I introduced only these examples, but there have been so many possibilities, and also we can find possibilities additionally. I'd like to introduce only three result in collaboration with other group stood up in the University of Tokyo. He is an expert of the board clusters, nanoclusters. We asked him to use this bulky IO. They obtained a very, very unusual thyroid board ratio. Very bulky thyroid can, small number of bulky thyroid can stabilize the gold cluster. So this is a new result. And also such as bulky endothyroid can also stabilize unusual this ion of state in collaboration with Zoom. And also we collaborate with Michael Organ in York University from Canada. He is an expert to introduce a Pepsi catalyst, palladium catalyst, by introduction of a bulky MHC group. We provided this bulky aniline. They call this aniline Kamao aniline, but anyway, this aniline is introduced to MH group. One group on this way, this group, and they found this Pepsi catalyst activity as a very nice activity. But this is not published. But this preparation of MHC in this amino group is published in 2010. So I think, Kyoko, why don't you this big group for your chemistry? Anyway, okay, that is all my talk. RNA chemistry has been done by these small groups in DCAP, led by Matsuo, Tsukasa Matsuo. He is now the associate professor in Kindai University in Kansai area. My lab was closed 4 years ago, so I'm not a real researcher, but still we are now publishing results together with Matsuo. So thank you very much. But I'd like to finally, I'd like to give you this poet. Right. But in Japan, we learned this poet in high school. And in Japan, 70 years old, we call of course. But I'd like, so I think this part is not suitable to T1. T1 doesn't drink alcohol so much. This is different. So I should say this part, maybe TY come back, come home early in the morning every day after enjoying chemistry. Okay? Thank you. And she's enjoying, I think, picnic also to enjoy Mother Nature. I think this part is okay. And also, I'd like to give 90. If I'm 3 years older than you, I think. So I'm still alive in 90. So I'll come back to celebrate you. And also, so thank you very much for your kind.
The floor is open for discussion.
Okay, so I have one quick question. Says, so can you comment on the stability of this silicon? Yeah, or introducing the PI system for organic electron devices. Can you comment on the stability?
Stability?
Yeah.
which one? OLED device.
Yeah.
Device. Device is not stable. Okay. Unfortunately. Okay. I skip the details. Several hours it was so. So that comes around very small applied voltage, but 4 hours disappear. Okay, so this is just a trial, the first trial. So, but still, this we have developed, demonstrated for the first time such a compound. Such a compound, about 30 years ago, such a compound, chemistry cannot believe such compound exists. So 30 years later, we can demonstrate that such compound can be stabilized to be examined such anything by all. So just open a small door, please understand. Thank you.
Is there a possibility that the silicon double bond can negotiate trans isomerization photochemically?
No, photochemically, I think is a different structure observation. Yes. Photochemically and thermally also. Both, I think, is possible.
What is the barrier of the rotation?
Barrier
for the rotation.
Good question. I don't remember the barrier. Sorry, I don't know. But so isomerization occurs also photochemical very low temperature. I think it's possible. And thermally also, this double bond dissociates into two side-leaning species. And even at 70 degrees or something. Yeah. And then we continue combine to form with the horizon. Thank you.
Well, please join me to thank Kamasan for his wonderful talk.
It's unfortunate that Chinese does not have plural. Otherwise, I should add S after our reaction. Reaction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. So let's finish the scientific section for now. Sorry, you are not scientific. Okay, let's thank all the speakers one more time for today's symposium. now we have many guests make like a surprising appearance for this symposium. So now we have to welcome to the stage So now we have to welcome to the stage Professor Masahiro Murakami to do the introduction of Professor T.Y.
Thank you, Bruce, for your kind introduction. I'm supposed to be kind of native speaker. I'd love to have shown up in surprise, but it turned out to be totally impossible to sneak into this building without being known to this visit of mine is not a solicited one, but I'm here just because I wish to join you all in celebrating my lifelong respected academic brother, Laurent. What happened? I also thank the organizer for allowing me to give a talk for, I would say, 15 minutes. The first 5 minutes will be used to share with you the latest result from my laboratory, 5 minutes or several minutes, I would say. And then the subsequent 5 minutes are used to describe the historical overview of the Taiwan-Japan relationship. And the last 5 minutes is used to describe my fond memories of Laurent. I cannot waste any single second. Please let me jump into chemistry. So since the tsunami disaster in 2011, every scientist is concerned with the energy issue. Why not organic chemistry? This is a simple energy profile of any thermal reaction. It doesn't work. A product has to be more stable thermodynamically than the starting substance. It applies to any thermal reaction. We use catalyst to change the height of the mountain to accelerate the reaction or to provide a selectivity. If the height of mountain leading to R and S isomer is differentiated, you can provide an selectivity. But you cannot change the energy balance. You cannot make the reaction uphill in energy. You have to put some extra energy from the outside of the reaction system, photoirradiation, for example, in order to make the reaction uphill in energy. This slide shows you our concept in developing a new reaction. We use easy available starting substance. substrate availability is another issue we are heavily concerned with in developing a new reaction. This is clearly dictated by Sharpless in his Nobel lecture. The starting substance of any synthetically useful reaction has to be easily available. Otherwise, it can't be synthetically useful. Everybody knows it, but not everybody practices it. So we use easily available starting substance, then we irradiate this substance with photon to generate energetically higher intermediate. This compound stores photo energy within a molecule. Then such energy is utilized to overcome this mountain, to carry out a thermal reaction, catalyzed or uncatalyzed, leading to the desired product. That's our concept. And I promise you that the result we recently obtained perfectly in this concept. I think you also experience lecture with which title or introduction doesn't match with the result or conclusion. But I promise that my chemistry will fit in this concept in a beautiful manner. There is another issue every scientist concerned with these days. This is climate change. In this regard, it's a great challenge for synthetic chemists to chemically fix carbon dioxide in an organic molecule. So these are two concepts we are heavily concerned with in developing a reaction. Exploitation of solar energy and CO2 capture. I show you in the next slide the chemical equation which fit in this concept. We use this benzophenone derivative, substitute benzophenone, which is very easily available by Friedel-Crafts acylation reaction from benzene, or toluene. A DMSO solution of this compound is simply irradiated by solar light under the atmospheric pressure of carbon dioxide. After 7 hours, this carboxylic acid was obtained in 72% purity. This photo demonstrates the simplicity of this reaction system. Here is a balloon of carbon dioxide. Here is a flask containing DMSO solution of this compound and Starava. And this flask was simply placed on a rooftop of our chemistry building for 7 hours. And we got this compound in 72% isolated here. During this process, the formal oxidation state of carbon dioxide changed from +4 to +3. Yes, carbon dioxide is reduced. As you know, carbon dioxide is reduced during photosynthesis, which consists of a number of elementary steps, each step using a huge molecule of enzyme. But here, what we need is simply the starting substance here, of course, and carbon dioxide, DMSO as a solvent, and natural solar light. That's enough to carry out the reduction of carbon dioxide. What happened? It's like cheating, but it can be reasonably explained on the basis of undergraduate textbook knowledge of organic chemistry. Initially, this carbonyl group was irradiated and activated. Activated oxygen pick up this hydrogen at the benzene position to generate bilateral species. And here is a benzene ring in between. Therefore, it generates immediately the corresponding cooling diamethane having a closed shell. There are two stereoisomers possibly generated from this bilateral species, one having outward-oriented hydroxyl, the other one having inward-oriented hydroxyl group. The one at the bottom immediately undergo 1,5 hydrogen shift to revert to the starting substance. The one on the top undergo 4+2 cycle addition with carbon dioxide to generate a 6-membered hemiacetal, which subsequently open to give rise to the product. Very reasonable. All chemistry written in undergraduate textbook. These are selected examples from recent literature for CH carboxylation reaction. This CH bond is pretty acidic enough to be deprotonated by a strong base. In this case, aluminum reagents are used as a source of reducing power. In this case, a harsh condition over 300 degrees is required. As a result, a mixture of isomers produced. I don't understand why this paper appears in Nature. Anyway, unlike these examples, we just use starting substance carbon dioxide, no base, no metal, no catalyst. Simply solar light is enough to reduce carbon dioxide, to fix carbon dioxide onto the benzylic position. The following two slides show you the scope of the reaction that I stated. This is a calculated energy profile of the reaction. We use easily accessible substance as a starting material. And this is irradiated with solar light to generate this cooling diamethane, which is very much energetically high. And then stored energy is utilized to fix carbon dioxide. 55 kilocalories per mole is difficult to overcome by normal thermal reaction, but with the assistance of photoreaction, it is possible to overcome this mountain. And as I promised you, this energy profile perfectly fit in the concept that I showed you at the beginning of my talk. You see? Perfectly fit. I can continue forever. So these are key players who did this chemistry, and I'm very much grateful for their sincere dedication to chemistry. Dr. Ishida and Mr. Masuda. Then let's move to the historical overview of the Taiwan-Japan relationship. And there are 3 speakers in this symposium from Japan, and there are a few others from Japan. That's a kind of testimony of good relationship of plural and Japanese community of organic chemistry. But in general, not only TY, but in general, Japanese community, Taiwanese community in organic chemistry have established a good relationship. And this can be ascribed to Professor Nozoe, who stayed in this building? Here, from 1937 to 1948. And he did a fantastic chemistry of trophon, and he nurtured a number of organic chemists here. That's the origin of good relationship between Taiwan and Japan. And it bore the fruit in the form of ISO. ISOR is an acronym of International Symposium on Organic Reactions
This is held twice every 5 years, and every time, Lula and my former boss, predecessor, Professor Ito, organized pre or post symposium, as shown here in this slide. This is a photo from 1996. TY, Murai, Junichi, Nakai, Raishun, Ito Sensei, JT, and myself. And this is Chen Chen Liao, who is another key player, key person for the establishment of this pre-symposium. Actually, I met him yesterday in Shinshu. He doesn't change a lot. This guy changed a lot. Very clear. This is a photo from 98. Again, JT, Junichi, Ito Sensei, TY, In-chan. Somehow, Theta joined me. This is a photo from that in 2006. Actually, there are 3 city chains, you know, all in this audience. Yeah, all in this audience. Oh, 3 city chains in this photo. And this is in April. And unfortunately, Professor Ito passed away in 8 months, in December of this year. This is a photo from 2011. Then Shen joined Binjin City, Chen Hong, Aishun. So, Taiwan, Japan has established a good relationship in the field of organic chemistry, but not only in the field of organic chemistry, but other fields in general. This is a photo from the horrible tsunami disaster in 2011. At that time, we received a huge amount of charity donation from all over the world. And I was indecent enough to be interested in how much from which country. And I better battery. I checked the homepage of our government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but no data. They are very nervous about the political situation, I would say. No, there are our neighbors who donate not much. They don't show such data. Then I visited the homepage of Red Cross, but no data. Finally, I visited the homepage of 7-Eleven stores. These stores are spread all over the world, and each store places a donation box, and they clearly, explicitly show the number. And I picked up 3 countries. North America, USA, Canada, Thailand, and Taiwan. And the bar on the left suggests the money amount. And the bar in the middle suggests the number of stores. Not much difference in number of stores, you know, here, here, here. Of course, there are huge differences in population. If divided by population, the donation per capita changed a lot, you know, by magnitude. This data clearly suggests how much sympathy Taiwanese people feel
for Japanese people. 2 months ago, no, last month, we had a Kumamoto earthquake. But also, we received a huge amount of charity donation. In fact, 3 mayors in major southern cities donated their full 1 month salary to Japan. And the present ruling party also donated $1 million Taiwan. Although I'm not a royal family member nor prime minister, on behalf of Japanese nation, let me thank you all for goodness, goodwillness. Thank you. Now I talk about my fond memories with Roro. He is, of course, his scientific achievement needless to say. And he is a kind of gourmet. He brought us to various restaurants in Taiwan. And he was courageous enough to try a notorious balloon fish, which possibly contains a tetrodotoxin at my place, and luckily we all survived. As previous speakers mentioned, he is a kind of poet. And this is the one he made on the occasion of pre-ISO in 2006 in a improvisational manner. I don't know how to read this in phonetics, but probably you can read. Okay.
京都迎春风，知音重相逢。煮酒谈话绝，同举新高峰。同攀新高峰。攀上面是船，同攀新高峰。
Yeah, he is so talented in making a poem. And in return, I made this Chinese poem on the occasion of pre-ISO or post-ISO in 2011 with a motif of Nozoya Sensei. You see, field and sound. And actually, this was held upstairs. This is main auditorium, and our meeting was held at the third auditorium. That's why I put this Chinese character here. If translated in Japanese, 野庭秋副行動に友集い解禁議論時を忘れる That's a poem I made in Japan. This is the same from the same occasion with the previous speaker Tamao Sensei mentioned. As he mentioned, there are all the major players in front of this crowd. There are Michinori, Junichi, Yasu. They are simply stereo demanding. They need more space. That's why they are located in front. But where is TY? TY is here, just in the middle crowd. This is just after he organized the Congress meeting, so he should be in the front. But he is such a reserved person. He's a kind of entertainer. He brought us to Snake Restaurant. Did Camille. This is TY. I was somewhere here. This is a photo from Nara with Fort Notion.
he was open with his wife. He cared for his wife very much. In the absence of wife, however, he can play. This photo shows you the richness of personality of P.Y. In fact, he's a person of royalty. He is one of the busiest persons that he found a time to visit, to pay a respectful visit to the grave of late Professor Ito. You see? So I think it's time to finish up, to shift to the ceremony. But let me congratulate you again. Thank you.
So I really didn't know that you are here. So, thank you very much.
Okay, so now it's the final time. So it's the stage is now all belong to Professor Tianyao Lu. But right, I don't think I need to do any introduction because all of you have this handbook, the program book on your hands today, which actually Professor Lu kindly wrote a memoir which lasts 40 pages. So you can tell by that his achievement. And I have to highlight two things. First of all, everybody will kind of know what it is. This is, we have a spontaneous TV already upstairs. So in case of overflow, and based on Ken, the whole program was on YouTube, has synchronized display on YouTube. I don't know. Hopefully the chemists all over the world will watching it. Yeah. Okay. So it's now please you are here. So now the Department of Chemistry and also the College of Science has some special gift for you.
Well, Professor Lu Tianyao, Lu Lao. Well, I have known him exactly 30 years. That's been a long time. He is my mentor. I learned from him how to teach, how to do research, how to do a service. So it's really my pleasure on the behalf of the College of Science to show our appreciation to Professor Lu's contribution to this university. I would like to present a small souvenir to T1.
The better angle.
这边3、2、1，然后这边1、2、3。谢谢。
现在中间。 Now it's a Department of Chemistry. Position is important. Now the stage is Professor Lu, and let's welcome Professor Lu to the stage.
Well, what should I say? Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be involved in chemistry. And I wish to thank all of you who participated in this, to me, very memorable event. I don't know when I should forget. Probably on that particular day, I may forget. One of these days we may encounter later on. Well, I don't want to tell you the details about the title, A Taste of Serendipity. That's actually what I have encountered throughout my life. Actually, ever since why I became a chemist, why I pursued chemistry, why I decided to be a chemist since I was 16. Actually, all the details I've described in my memoir, so I won't repeat here. Now, the thing I'm going to share with you in particular, to thank all the three great scientists who presented their beautiful works here. I think today we have really a great symposium on all aspects of organic chemistry, from synthesis, from mechanistic, from biochemical, bioorganic, to materials, to modern technology using microscopy and so on and so forth. So I wish to thank all of them who travel long distance to come here for this particular meeting. Really, I treasure so much your friendship, really, from my heart and mind. I also, I don't know. Want to thank this gentleman and lady who also travel long distance, in particular, Professor Shu Kobayashi, Professor Mashima, Professor Murakami, who originally told me that he will be here, but later he told me he may not come, and all of a sudden, I found him this morning. Thank you so much. And also my close friends, some of you have met, John Darcy and Yin Youcai, who came to this particular event, just from the United States. And all my former co-workers, whose names are here. I don't have all of the pictures of them, so that's why I didn't put their pictures on it. But nevertheless, they travel long distance to this particular meeting.
I really treasure, you know, the relationship, the friendship. Really, that's in my memory forever. And also, of course, all of you who participated in the meeting, I wish to thank you all for your kindness, for your attention, for this particular event. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Professor Sunny Chan, Hao Yitai, and our chairman, Yang Yisui, who actually come here to open this conference. Thank you very much. And also, these young people, because they're all younger than I am, okay, who organized this meeting. Bruce, Ken, Jinfa, Wei Yu, Jia Chen, Chen Ping, Meng Jin, Xian Rong, Guo Wei, Xiao Qing, Ye Ru, Zheng Qing, Qing Yuan, Wan Qing, Zhong Wei. I wish to thank them for organizing such a wonderful meeting. Really, that's a lot to me. I just tell you very briefly my detail. I was born in 1946, therefore I'm 7. Okay? And now I came to Taiwan at the age of, before 2, I came to Taiwan with my parents. Then in 1962, I was 16. Well, I serendipitously picked a book from a bookstore related to chemistry. So before that time, I was a very bad student, I wrote in my memoir. Okay. I think during the winter break, I started to read that chemistry book. I felt I could make it. So that's why I decided to be a chemist. But nevertheless, next year I took the entrance exam. I was not admitted to chemistry. I was admitted to zoology department. Yeah, it's unfortunate, I think, or fortunate, I don't know. The professors at the zoology department didn't tell me the greatness of biology, in particular nowadays. Otherwise, I may not change. I may shift to biology. And fortunately, they didn't tell me. So I became a chemist. So then I tried to transfer to chemistry department. My grades in my language courses and Sanmin was very bad. B- grades. And I had a classmate who was straight A. Besides science subjects, this, you know, English, Chinese, and the Sanmin were the best. Well, I was not able to transfer to chemistry. And I want to be a chemist. So I transferred to agricultural chemistry, hopefully that's still chemistry. But turned out I was very much disappointed. So I took 178 credits. That means I took all the chemistry, the required courses, and all organic chemistry courses, in addition, the required course for agricultural department. So that made me to be a chemist. And then I graduated in 1967. I spent 1 year at chemistry department as a graduate student. I took military service, which is a mandatory service in Taiwan. Then I went to Chicago to work for PhD and a postdoc with Gassman. At that time, I can formally claim that I became a chemist. Okay. Then my career is that. Well, because of this kind of experience, I wish to thank all my mentors. Professor Lin Yaotang, who taught me organic chemistry.
then before, I think just because him, so I decided to pursue chemistry, organic chemistry in particular. Okay. And then Professor Leon Stark was my PhD mentor. He showed me how to write papers. He actually corrected my thesis, words by words, sentences by sentences. I really owe him a lot. Professor Gassman, my postdoc mentor, he showed me how to do research, in particular when you serendipitously encounter some interesting results. I really learned a lot from them. I wish to take this opportunity to thank all of them. And also, I wish to thank all who have taught me chemistry courses in my undergraduate years and in my graduate schools in Chicago. So it's their educations who made me to be a chemist. So I began my research in graduate school as a physical organic chemist. And in my postdoc period, I shifted to synthetic methods. And it's fortunate that was the year when Tamal discovered the cross-coupling reactions. We learned a lot from your papers. So then I decided to learn organometallic chemistry, in particular in organic synthesis. Therefore, in Hong Kong, I started to work on ONCOS chemistry. And then I came back to Taiwan in 1988. And then at that time, a few years later, I think our National Science Council decided to, recommend us to do some research in materials or in bio-oriented research. And I shifted to materials chemistry and polymers chemistry. In particular, our recent results from polymer chemistry make us back to physical organic chemistry. That's really my academic cycle. Okay, and I was fortunate to have associated with 160 more or less talents in my group as an undergraduate student, as a graduate student, as a postdoc, research or teaching assistants. And most of them have achieved in their respective careers far better than I can do. I'm proud of them. And now more than 50, I think something like 52 of them are now holding faculty positions all over the world. In the United States, in Canada, in Japan, in Taiwan, in Hong Kong, in mainland China, in Saudi Arabia, in India, and maybe some other places. I'm also fortunate to have really many good colleagues who have helped me to do research. Some of them from our National Taiwan University or other institutions in Taiwan or in Hong Kong when I started my career there, or mainland China or other countries, and also several technical supports from my colleagues. I really owe them a lot. I wish to also take this opportunity to thank them. Without their collaborative discussion or help, all of my work would not be possible. Financial support is important for my research. So when I was in Hong Kong, the support was very limited, mainly from the university, later from Croucher Foundation. About a year before I left, I got a grant from the first grant from the University Polytechnic Grant Committee. Then I left the money maybe to Dennis or some other people in the university to use this money for their research. Of course, from Harvard, from Taiwan, I got support from National Science Council, Ministry of Education, the university, and I spent a few years in Academia Sinica from where I also got some support there. And also from now the Ministry of Science and Technology. In the early stage,
I also received some support from Ministry of Economic Affairs to help us to do some collaborative research with industries. I briefly spent a sabbatical year and also on and off to visit mainland China, in particular Shanghai Institute of Organic Chemistry, which was sent the support from them and also a small budget from National Science Fund. I wish to take this opportunity to thank them. So these two charming young ladies with their daughters, I really owe them a lot. Joanne on the left, she started to work with me in early 2000. She helped me to organize the ONCOS 11 meetings. And I have another secretary, Stacy. Unfortunately, I do not have her picture. She can help me to respond 70 to 80 emails a day. Really helps a lot. So when people ask me how many times did I spend to organize ONCOS, I said only spend one morning in a week, because the rest, Joanne plays a major role. And Joanne then started to continue her family business. So I was fortunate to have Zhenqi. I think some of our visitors have received the correspondence from his son. She is very capable young lady. With their help, I can make all this kind of quote unquote dirty administrative duties to make me free from that. I wish to thank them all. So last but not least, I just express my heartfelt thanks to all of you who participate in this symposium. And also, I wish particularly to thank all these gentlemen who organized, and the lady who organized this wonderful meeting. Thank you very, very much.
Sorry. So let's thank. I think let's give one final thank to Professor Lu for all what he did to the Chemical Society in Taiwan and to all of us. Particularly as a student, he influenced our career a lot. So let's thank Professor Lu one more time. So now the symposium goes almost to the end, and then I have several information I have to highlight to you. Okay, so first, the banquet is at 6:30 at this place, and if you don't know the address on your banquet ticket, there's the address. So please feel free to do so. And for the invited speakers, please. We'll have car to pick you up back to your hotel, and please meet us at the hotel lobby at 6:10. So we'll take you to the but they need to drop their luggage. So we'll take you back a car to your hotel. So then we'll go to the banquet at 6:10 meet us at 6:10 and your lobby. So finally, this is the picture for today. Thank you all for coming today, and thank you to congratulate DY for his 70th birthday. And the other half, we will not know until in the future. Thank you.
郑晴呢？郑晴跟龙华北，好，请他们进来，请他们从这边带走。
There is a surprise. Your list, not on the list. 晚上我没有办法去。在这个月前要你要。